Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today to attend this virtual conference on linking farmers to markets, barriers, solutions, and policy options. I think this is a very important topic that everyone has been looking forward to because smallholder farmers have many challenges in terms of accessing markets. And I think with this special issue and with very esteemed researchers will be able to contribute significantly in promoting like the linkage between farmers and market, and thereby enhancing their livelihoods, removing them from poverty, and improving their well-being. So I believe that this is a very important conference, and I'd like to welcome you once again and thank you very much for joining this conference. And now I'd like to give you some of the house rules. Yeah. The house rule for a speaker are as follows. You have to turn off your video and mic before and after presentations. The reason is because you may have lots of echo and disturbances. And you'll have to type answers in Q&A box at the bottom. You can see there. So whenever you are speaking, if somebody has a questions, you can always click that box and see your questions. And then if you want to ask questions, you can directly raise your hands and ask the questions directly, because you don't have to, as a speaker, you don't have to type in the Q&A box. House rule for the audience. So for audience, like you cannot actually like ask the question directly. You have to type in the Q&A box, and the chair will pick up the question from there and pass it to the speaker. So the consent to use without permission or compensations. This event may be photographed, streamlined, or video recorded. By attending, accepting connections, or continuing participations in the event, participants thereby consent to the possible use of their name, likeness, voice, spoken or written comments, or paper presentations in whatever form in all media publications, video sharing, website recording, disseminations, or other external affair purpose for the Institute without compensations or permission. Disclaimer for presentations. The view expressed in the presentations are the views of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the views or policy of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Asian Development Bank, its boards of directors, or the government they represent. ADBI does not guarantee the accuracy of the data included in the presentations and accepts no responsibility for any consequences of their use. Terminology used may not necessarily be consistent with ADB official terms. Now we'll have to take photographs. So can we all turn in your video and be ready for the shot? Rotsan, floor is yours.
Okay, everyone. Now is a photo session, so please turn on your camera. Yes, and then we'll count from 1 to 3, and on 3 we'll take the video. I mean, we take the photo. Sorry.
Oh, please wait.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Wait. So my video is now stopped by the host. So please release. Oh, it's still. I cannot open my video. Sorry. Raja, can you solve this problem?
Yeah, Nomoto-san is working on it.
Nomoto-san, okay.
Video of Dean is stopped by the host.
Oh, still, I'm suspended. Maybe
we can log out and log in again.
I think Dean logged out. Sorry, Dean, we can't see you.
Yeah. So
no, we can't see your name also.
Even.
Yeah.
Yes, because it seems that you are using the Yuxian video computer.
Oh.
Can you log in and log out and log in?
Right. Okay. So
yeah.
just a moment. Just a moment. Looks okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
finally.
Yeah, we can see you, but your name does not match.
That's my name.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, anyway.
Yeah. So, Rotsan, can we go ahead?
Okay. Yes.
We can see you, Rotsan. Yeah.
Okay. Let me count from 1 to 3. Okay, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we'd like to move on with the sessions. Next is the opening remarks by our Dean, Professor Tetsuchi Sonobe. He's the Dean and CEO of Asian Development Bank Institute. It's a think tank of ADB, focusing on developing member countries of ADB. Dean Sonobe completed his PhD from Yale and BA in economics from University of Tokyo. And his research interests are centers on empirics of economic development, particularly the role of industrial clusters, human capital, social capital, management practices, and market competition in industrial development in developing Asia and other regions. Before joining ADB, Dean Sonobe served for 6 years as the Vice President of National Graduate Institutes for Policy Study, GRIPS, in Tokyo, and taught economics for 30 years at Tokyo Metropolitan University and GRIPS. Dean Sonobe is the recipient of the Nikkei Book Publication Prize and Masayoshi Ohio Memorial Prize, sorry for the pronunciations, and the founding board members of the Japanese Association for Development Economics. Thank you so much, Dean. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for kind introduction. Good morning from Tokyo. Welcome to the conference on linking farmers to markets. Its title suggests that the conference is a timely and much needed one. According to recent estimates, 608 million smallholder families around the world occupy between 70 and 80% of the world's farmland and produce around 80% of the world's food in value terms. Linking these smallholder farmers is crucial for ensuring global food and nutritional security on the one hand, and reducing poverty and improving livelihood on the other hand. Better access to domestic and international markets is expected to increase rural income and employment and empower rural women and improve women bargaining power in intra-household decision-making, thereby benefits to regional income growth, food security, and poverty reduction and hunger alleviation. Better access to market is also expected to promote the sustainable food system transition because it motivates and enables farmers to adopt sustainable technologies and climate-smart agricultural practices and update food consumption and loss management. Despite these significant benefits, smallholder farmers' market access has been constrained by a wide range of factors. Better access to market requires physical and information connectivity that reduces transportation costs and communication costs. But better access to market requires not just connectivity, but also the adoption of better farming technology and practices, better production management, better quality control, and learning marketing. And this is a new subject for farmers and putting them into knowledge, putting knowledge into practice. The progress was to some extent seen in rural areas in developing and emerging market economies before, but unfortunately, it slowed down considerably during the COVID-19 pandemic. These are reasons why we consider this conference is needed and very important for people interested in rural development, food and nutritional security, poverty eradication, gender equality, and environmental protection. Through this conference, we seek to understand the linkages between farm production in rural areas and large urban and international markets, and shed light on the barriers to farmers' market access, devise appropriate solutions, and widely explore the impacts of market access. In the next 3 days, researchers from across the world will present their fresh results of empirical research on these issues, and they will discuss implications of findings for policies as well as future studies, so that they can effectively inform policy making. This conference received 46 papers from 13 developing countries, from which 20 papers were selected and will be presented for the next 3 days. We hope the presenters can receive valuable feedback from the conference to further improve the quality of their manuscripts. I also hope other participants can benefit from the knowledge exchange at the conference. On behalf of ADBI and this conference organizers, I would like to express our gratitude to the Economic Analysis and Policy Journal and our keynote speakers, Professor Maria Fay, Laura Rubzen, the University of Western Australia, and Dr. Gilma Tesfahun Kassir, ICARDA, and thanks also to our chairs, Alison Bailey, Lincoln University, Biden Fu, Lincoln University, Bhagiras Behera, the Indian Institute of Technology, Binlei Gong, Zhejiang University, Chenfeng Jiang, ADBI. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the conference organizers who have worked tirelessly to make the conference possible and will make it a success over the next 3 days. That is Dr. Dil Rahat, ADBI, Wangling Ma, Lincoln University, Binlei Gong, Panharos Chahai, and Mami Nomoto, Mami Yoshida, and Raja Rajendra Timurasena, ADBI. With that, I conclude my opening remarks. Thank you for kind attention and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Dean. Really appreciate your time and for your valuable opening remarks. Now, we'd like to move on, and I would like to firstly thank Professor Maria Fay Rola Rosenvik for kindly agreeing to be the keynote speaker for today's sessions. And let me give you a brief background about Dr. Maria Rola Robzen. She is the Deputy Director and Associate Professor at the Center for Australian Economics and for Agriculture and Agriculture Economics and Development at the Western University of Western Australia. She has led several multidisciplinary research and development projects in Australia, Africa, and Asia, and has been the consultant for various organizations, including FAO, UNESCAPE, Asian Development Bank, International Rice Research Institute, and Australian Center for International Agriculture Research, and has been the member of consulting team for World Bank, USAID, Grain Research and Development Corporations, and Windrock International. Professor Maria Fay has PhD in Agriculture Economics and a master degree in Economics from the University of New England, and a bachelor's in Agriculture Economics, majoring in Marketing and Price from University of Philippines at Los Banos. She has authored and co-authored over 200 papers, reports, book chapters, conference presentations, and was co-editor of the book on Gender Dimension of Climate Change in Agriculture, Case of Southeast Asia. Currently, she is the project leader for multi-country ACR-funded project on understanding farm household management decision-making for increased productivity in eastern Gangetic plains of South Asia. We are very honored to have you with us, Professor Maria Fay. So I'd like to hand over the floor to you. Professor, you are muted.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dahut. I just would like to share my slides, if that's okay.
Yes, Professor.
Sorry, can you see my slides?
Not yet, Professor.
Can you see my slides now? Or not yet?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet? Okay, let me just see here. Your screen.
Yes, it's coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it coming? Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so first of all, Professor Tetsushi Sonobe, Dr. Dil Ruhut, Associate Professor Wang Linma, Professor Binleng Gong, and distinguished guests and participants, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world at the moment, because I realize that this is an international conference. So my name is Fay Rola Robzen, and I'm from the University of Western Australia. And first of all, I would like to thank ADBI and the conference organizers for inviting me to share my experiences and my thoughts in this keynote address. So what I'll be talking about today is not just about a single research, but I guess a conglomeration of my experience in the last 20 years in various aspects of development economics, in marketing, and also in farming systems research and analysis. So my talk today will be on linking smallholder farmers to markets and the challenges and opportunities post the COVID-19 pandemic. Did my slide change? Has my slide
No,
changed?
Professor, it's still like the same.
It's still like this? Okay, I was just wondering because we practiced this the other day and it was working.
Sometimes you have to use right click and then it works.
Okay, let me just see. Sorry about that. What about now? Is it working?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
Professor.
thank you. All right. So in early 2020, news of a killer virus shocked the world, and the world changed as we know it. So we're all very familiar with COVID-19, and in just a matter of days or weeks, countries locked down and to stay at home to mitigate the impacts of the spread of COVID-19 and to mitigate the spread of this very deadly virus. So travel restrictions were put in place, and immediately there was food shortage. I still remember clearly that day when I heard, we were sent a text message in our phone, and when we had to get groceries, and within hours, the shelves were empty. And this really exposed the vulnerability of supply chains, critical supply chains, including medicine and food. And I guess most of us have experienced this around the world. It's not just, people here in Australia, but in developing countries, this was very much felt. So COVID-19 has reduced some of the previous gains on poverty reduction. So Professor Sonobe mentioned about, poverty improving, or the poverty situation already improving. But because of COVID-19, we were pushed back, and people were saying decades. And COVID-19 has reduced some of the previous gains that have been achieved in poverty reduction. And a study by UNDESA found that, estimated that about 71 million people were expected to be pushed back into extreme poverty in 2020. And in fact, extreme poverty increased in 2020 for all countries by 0.9%. And this is particularly high in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in parts of Asia, particularly in South Asia. So COVID-19 affected smallholder farmers very much because they're very vulnerable to external shocks. They're also dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. So if food cannot reach the markets, then that in fact affects their livelihood. And there's also lack of safety nets in many cases for the smallholder farms. And so we actually did a study together with around 25 authors, which was published in Agricultural Systems. And we found that, the smallholder farmers in Asia have been affected tremendously, but the resilience varies depending on the situation of the farmers. So who are smallholders? Because I'm talking of smallholders. I guess, looking at the background of the speakers, I think most of us already know that, but just in case there are people who are not very familiar with us when we talk of smallholders. So according to FAO, smallholders are small-scale farmers, pastoralists, forest keepers, and fishers who manage areas varying from less than 1 hectare to 10 hectares. But actually, in many instances, when, for example, in the Philippines, the average farm size is 2 hectares, and that's considered smallholder. In many countries, in fact, more than 475 million farmers are smaller than 2 hectares. And smallholders are characterized by having low-intensity farming, low yields, limited market access, and insufficient profits. And most households have very small land holding, and they are also among the poorest of the poor. And some studies have found that there is a positive association between land access and income. And for households with less than the median land size, the trend is quite steep. So it's really like, the smaller your land, the more likely you have a low income and the more likely that you are really poor. So where are the smallholders located? In South Asia, most of the smallholders are, it's between 3 to 3.09 hectares, and they're in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, India, and Pakistan. In Southeast Asia, it's Philippines, Indonesia, the majority of the farmers, just like in South Asia, are smallholders, very, very small, medium to large scale, and in East Africa. So around the world, it's concentrated in West Asia, Southeast Asia, and in Eastern Africa. Because of the very nature of smallholder farmers, they're also, as I mentioned, the poorest of the poor. And for them, and again, Professor Sonobe mentioned this, that market access is crucial. It's crucial in increasing the income of poor farmers, as any gains in productivity and efficiency that they have will have to be translated into cash to have an impact on their income and also to impact on poverty levels. And market access and increased income have positive causal effect to improve diet quality. It is really, there are several studies, and for example, is Kui et al. In 2020 that found a positive causal effect of market access, income, and diet of low-income households. So, but accessing markets is not easy. It's easy for us to say, but it's not that easy for smallholder farmers. So there are several scenarios for smallholder access in agri-food markets, and this could be through buyer-driven supply chains, producer-driven chains, bilateral oligopolies, and traditional markets. Regrettably, in many cases, the smallholder farmers mostly supply or enter the market through traditional markets. It is very difficult for them to enter other markets, particularly the high-value markets, because high-value markets have stringent requirements of quality, safety, quantity, and traceability. For example, I was involved in a project in the Philippines, in Mindanao, Philippines, and we were trying to link the smallholder farmers to markets. But it wasn't very easy because supermarkets wanted big quantities, high quality. You know, they have very stringent quality requirements, and they need consistency of supply. You can't just supply one time and then it's gone. So there's consistency. They also nowadays require traceability because of food safety issues. So it's not difficult for a smallholder farmer by himself or by herself to enter markets. So these are some of the challenges in accessing markets. Smallholder farmers have poor access to high quality seeds, chemicals, and fertilizer. Thus, this affects their productivity and the efficiency of their production. They have poor access to credit and capital. So even if they want to invest in, in technologies that will increase their productivity, it's not easy for them because in many cases they could not afford it. They also lack knowledge of efficient farming systems like climate smart agriculture, and the cost of meeting quality standard requirements are high. In some cases, they also do not have well-organized farmer groups or cooperatives. So there is no, organization that can bring them together that will help them actually access high-value markets. And in some cases, there are also exploitative middlemen. But mind you, although middlemen sometimes always get a bad rap, they do have also some role in the marketplace because often, and we found this during COVID, that they are the consolidators and they have a role to bring products to markets, and they do have profit, but in many cases, there are in many cases they get what their cost of transaction is, but in some cases there are exploitative middlemen as well. And then there's the issue of the poor transportation and communication. The other thing that's an issue with smallholders is that they also experience large post-harvest losses. And in fact, a study found that around 13% of food loss are due to handling, that's poor handling and storage, food processing, transport, and distribution. In many cases, they don't have cold storage facilities, and so items are perishable, then they would go to waste. And in some cases, it's just lack of knowledge of proper handling of food. And in regions, some regions with high levels of food loss include in Western and Southern Sub-Saharan North Africa, but also in Southeastern Asia as well. Now, while COVID has actually impacted significantly for everybody, including smallholder farmers, it has also brought to light some opportunities. The saying about, necessity is the mother of all inventions. And so what we have found in COVID is that people had to actually pivot quickly. They have to learn how to actually survive. And farmers and community markets suddenly sprouted in neighborhoods. And what this has done, however, is has decongested the wet markets and helped control the spread of the virus. So in some cases, particularly when restrictions were lifted, you will within the locality, not outside the locality, because sometimes you can still go around your own local area. So side street markets have come up, help control spread of the virus. Now, post-COVID, these community markets continue to operate, but regrettably, they are unregulated and could also have some risks attached to it. The other thing during COVID is that a lot of the supermarkets and department stores, for example, here in my example here, we have NCCC, which is a big department store and supermarket in the Philippines. They didn't used to offer online deliveries, but suddenly, they have now opened their, their online ordering system and delivery. So supermarkets offered online shopping platforms, and Facebook and other social media also offered marketplace, where farmers were able to create their own social media account and sell their produce online. So consumers could buy online during the lockdowns, and this prevented, once again, the spread of the virus, and at the same time, being able to reach markets. Other opportunities for smallholders is that there are also some developments in information and communication technologies where, for example, agricultural training can be delivered. And once again, COVID has made this obvious that, in many cases, whenever we have meetings or trainings with smallholder farmers or with our partners in different countries, it always had to be face-to-face. But what COVID taught us is that we can actually deliver online. And in fact, I was major project in 3 countries, and I was able to run this through Australia, through the through online meetings, constant online meetings, and we were able to deliver trainings online, which before we always had to be there face to face. So we realized that actually we can harness information communication technology, but it's not just with researchers, it's also with farmers. So for example, IFAD had a program in Africa where they actually developed e-extension services to farmers, and they were able to reach many farmers in developing countries in Africa. So there's also mobile-based information services that have propped up. They have already started pre-COVID, but during COVID, they were harnessed even more. So there's e-extension, e-market info, e-payments, e-weather information, and so on and so forth. So the other end, Professor Sonobe mentioned about climate smart agriculture. And in line with our improvements and in adapting to post-COVID situation, it is critical for farmers to actually be able to access climate smart agriculture, because as we all know, climate change is happening and we can't stop it. We can try to mitigate the changes, but the effects are already happening. And so we had to adapt and try and mitigate as much as possible, but for farmers to enable them to be more resilient. So we need to find, farmers need to know about labor-saving technologies, technologies that would reduce women's drudgery, and for example, conservation agriculture and zero tillage. So at the moment, we have a project in South Asia that has just completed on zero tillage and conservation agriculture. And we found that it actually makes a difference. It improves farmers' incomes. And so now farmers are able to have excess produce which they can sell to market. So this is critical, actually. So these are some opportunities for farmers. There's farm mechanization and automation through Internet of Things, and also through smart technologies through AI. For example, monitoring, controlling, and visualizing farm operations in real time. So automating things, for example, checking, for example, for livestock, checking whether there's water. This can all be done remotely with AI. Other opportunities for smallholders are growing. There's a growing share of agri-food value chains in low and middle income countries. So the rising income in middle income countries and technological change, as well as urbanization and economic liberalization and globalization, are all factors that means that demand will increase for high value products like vegetables, meat, and other high value commodities apart from cereals. And so this offers new opportunities for smallholder farmers, and also the increasing recognition of the role of intermediaries like traders and consolidators. They are actually critical for smallholder farmers to be able to connect to the markets. But how would we do this? How do we link farmers to markets? So there are several models of linking farmers to markets, and I saw in the agenda some presentations that will be actually focused on the other of the models. So one model is through supply chain or vertical linkage via contract farming. So for example, in the Philippines, a lot of the smallholder farmers in Mindanao, they link with Dole or Sumitomo, or also with Del Monte, with their products on bananas, pineapples, and other fruits. And this is the way to reach high-value markets. So contract farming is a mechanism to link smallholders to markets, which results in higher income. It also stimulates employment. In fact, one of my PhD students, who I think I could see here, John Mark Sarmiento, I think will be presenting his paper on the third day of this conference, and he will be showing an example of contract farming where it was actually able to increase the productivity and technical efficiency of farmers. But they may have, sometimes, they may have no or limited spillover effects in the community in some cases. So it depends on the situation. And this is where it's really important to have a supporting environment for smallholder farmers. Another is agro-based clusters, like agricultural clusters and agro-industrial clusters. So agricultural clusters is where there's no processing involved, and agro-industrial clusters are where processing and value adding are involved. So this is key for production of high-value agricultural products. We had an Australian Center for International Agricultural Research funded project in the Philippines where we help the farmers form clusters, so they can link with high-value markets, supermarkets, finding out what are the demand of the different supermarkets and when. And then with the clusters, they were able to time the production and then deliver to the markets, meeting the stringent quality requirements, meeting the consistency, meeting the quantity requirements as well of the companies or of the department and supermarkets. Another is through rural producer organizations. So for example, I had a project in East Timor, also funded by the Australian government, where we look at different case studies of linking farmers to markets. And one of them is through rural producer organizations. So sometimes this could be self-formed organization, producer organization, where there is criteria for membership. Often its membership involves those smallholder farmers living in the vicinity. Sometimes it could be rice and maize, or could be vegetable producer organizations, and so on and so forth. The issue though here is that sometimes the poorest of the poor, in other words, the landless farmers, are not able to join these producer organizations because of the very nature of it. It's for producers. So even if they're smallholder farmers in their own rights, working, as laborers in other farms, they're excluded from such forms of linking farmers to markets. There are also business-supported and NGO-supported and government-supported models. For example, World Vision, they sometimes help farmers form producer groups, or they themselves can be, the conduits where smallholders bring their produce, and then they help them link to the markets. The only issue with NGOs is that they are not always, we cannot assure that they will always be there in the vicinity. So because of their very nature, sometimes they have to move in other places. So the continuity with the organization might be an issue. And we have found this in other areas where, some of these NGOs have to move. And then what they have started, if it's not actually properly, if the conditions are not put in place such that the farmers will become independent at some stage, then it could fall apart when the NGOs leave. And same with the business-supported one. So it's very much private sector driven. They have positives and they have also negatives as well. And then that has come up and is coming up is the electronic markets, electronic national agricultural markets. India, for example, has a successful one. And it was found that actually it has increased efficiency in agricultural markets and increased competition in the marketplace. It also eliminates collusion among traders because it's all open. Everybody could see it, and it facilitates competitive bidding. So perhaps this is one area that will be growing, particularly post-COVID, as we have seen that, these kinds of, there is actually a place for these markets. Now, but how do we support smallholder farmers to actually link to markets? It all starts with increasing production. Therefore, it is critical to increase the productivity of farmers. We need to increase their productivity to increase their surplus, because smallholder farmers, usually their priority is they will only sell the surplus from their farms. So first, we need to make sure that production is increased, their productivity is increased. And that can be done through the use of innovative technology, modern technology that increases their technical efficiency, modern farm management techniques, using climate smart technologies to be able to respond to climate change and to be resilient to climate change, having high yielding seed varieties, good varieties of seeds. Of course, irrigation. Irrigation is one of the critical, and many studies have shown this, that irrigation plays a major part in increasing productivity of farms and e-agriculture, the use of, as I mentioned, AI and Internet of Things, harnessing this to improve productivity. The other thing is that, how do we have a conducive environment for farmers? It's actually through developing the infrastructures, making their terms of trade lower, so that actually they can enter competitively in the market, have good roads, good farm to market roads, good communication facilities. For example, how can farmers join the e-markets if they have poor internet facilities in the villages? So how can they actually receive e-extension if they have poor mobile services in the villages? So having this critical communication and information technologies are critical. Removing the barriers to entry, and I'm talking here of both micro and macro barriers, including, trade barriers. There's no time to go into that, but, trying to remove the barriers, even just at the local level, certificates and all that, and licensing, made easy, remove the red tape, so farmers can easily access physical markets and e-markets. Build the capacity of farmers to participate in modern chains. As I mentioned, high value chains have stringent requirements. So without knowledge of the standards, certifications and all that. I had a project before where initially farmers were washing the vegetables with soap. And that's of course not safe. So, but they think that it has to be clean. So by giving them proper training on modern techniques, food safety standards, would actually help a lot. So improve the supporting environment for farmers, and also ensure that, gender is actually included, because these are opportunity to actually make sure that women is not excluded in any developments. So in conclusion, there's so much more I would like to share, but I'm conscious of the time. I would like to conclude now by saying that while COVID-19 has wreaked havoc across the world, it has also brought to light opportunities for smallholder farmers. Many farmers up to this time are still struggling. And so, it's really incumbent on different people, the government, NGOs, private sector, smallholder farmer groups, and smallholder farmers themselves to come together. Capacity of farmers to participate in markets. And there are many models and strategies that can be used, but it can only happen with a concerted effort of all. So thank you very much and good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Maria Fee. It was very very encompassing, very comprehensive presentations outlining the challenges, the opportunities that we have in terms of linking farmers to the market. We really enjoyed. Thank you very much. We'd like to give you a big hand.
Thank you.
And with this, I'd like to also give a few minutes to the floor if they have any questions. Yes, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay. Yes, Professor Behera, can you unmute and ask your question?
Yes, Professor, very interesting presentations. I think you have nicely summarized the whole story of smallholder farmers, especially in developing countries. What I was thinking actually is that the smallholders are basically, very low land size, and there is always a problem of, inefficiency in terms of applying modern technology.
Mhm.
And the new concept that people are talking about now is that consolidating the land, for example, group farming. Do you think that will actually have some positive impact in terms of scaling up or applying modern technology and applying all these factors that you mentioned quite, elaborately and also comprehensively? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Behera. Actually, yes, that is indeed one of the models that people are looking at. There are both pros and cons. In theory, it looks really good and it looks ideal, but in practice, it's not easy because, farmers make decisions. They have their own decisions, they have their own goals and aspirations. So putting them together and just consolidating the farm is not always easy. We have tried this in the Philippines through cluster farming. So what we have done is we have, supported them. They were the ones who formed the group, but then just linking them to markets, and then they tried to then find out what are the needs of the markets. For example, cabbage, and then through that producer consolidated cluster, that all of them produce cabbage at this time, and then they schedule the next planting. So some of their, to be honest, at this point in time, I don't know how many of the clusters survive, but all I know is that some of them survive and some of them are not. In fact, we had a paper before looking at what the success, why some clusters succeed and why others not. And some of the things that come to light is because often when farmers have the same goals or similar goals, then it's likely to succeed. But when they have diverging goals, it may not succeed. The other aspect would be leadership. Somebody has to form that group. So there's several factors. So yes, it's a potential model, but it's not for everyone. It depends on the situation and many of the things in the environment that will either help that or not make it succeed.
Yes, absolutely. It's a collective action problem, I think, largely that we
Correct.
see in developing countries. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
so much.
yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Bera and Professor Maria Fee. I really want to take advantage and ask these questions to you, Professor Maria Fee. I come from a small country, Bhutan, and every time I travel home, they ask me one question, and I have always had problem in trying to solve it. In a small country like Bhutan, we have the market, we have the farmers, we are trying to produce as much as possible, and we want to link the farmers. But there has been always a complaint from the farmer sides saying that they are underpriced, they have problems of selling the goods. And on the market side, the consumer always complain the price is very high. So this dilemma, you have a problem of market failures here. And how do you correct for market failures in a small settings?
Yeah. So I think, so that is actually quite, it's a very good question, by the way. You can never please everybody. So for farmers, and that's why the middleman always gets the blame. Because what happens is the farmers say we're being squeezed, we don't have much, we're not paid a lot, but yet the consumers say it's high. The reality is that in many countries, transaction costs are high. And, sometimes people forget that so as I often get the blame, but in many cases they do have transaction costs as well. So I did a study before looking at the marketing margins and found that yes, for every part in the chain there is a margin. So by the time it reaches consumer, the margins could be high. So one way of doing this is by shortening the supply chain where possible, which will decrease the margins as well. But there is always a place for consolidators and middlemen, because not always is it possible for farmers to bring their produce to the markets. I think this is one thing that they need to understand. There is a cost from bringing the produce to the markets. And so, looking into all of this, so yeah, I think that by shortening supply chains is one, having e-markets is another, where you can bring the two together. But yeah, and making things easy, lowering the transaction cost for farmers and everybody, the supply chain will help. And this is going to be happen. This will happen through better market roads, through facilities, information communication technologies for e-markets. By bringing this, we will lower the transaction cost for farmers. Therefore, that will translate also to consumers in the long run.
Thank you very much.
Easier said than done.
Yeah,
by the way.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very excellent questions. I have many other burning questions, but we are running out of time. So I'll not I'll ask those questions separately to you, Professor Maria. I have very pressing questions in my mind, but in the interest of the time, we'd like to call it off. And thank you very much, Professor Maria Fee, for your enlightening views on markets and farmers. We really appreciate and we really enjoyed, and I'm sure every one of us enjoyed. And we look forward to having you more often here. Thank you very much. Once again, thanks to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahut. Thank you.
So we'll go for a short break and come back after 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Now we'll begin our next sessions, and I would like to invite our chair, Professor Baidong Hu. And before starting, handing over the floor to Professor Baidong Hu, I'd like to give a brief introductions about Professor Baidong Hu. Professor Baidong Hu is currently an associate professor in economics, and he's the head of the Department of Global Value Chain and Trade, Faculty of Agribusiness and Commerce, Lincoln University, New Zealand. He holds a PhD in economics from University of Western Australia and has held full-time teaching positions at La Trobe University, Macquarie University in Australia. He works in the area of econometrics, macroeconomics, and energy economics. He has been either a sole or a co-author for several research projects leading to publication in reputable international referred academic journals such as Resource Policy, Food Policy, Pacific Basin Finance, Finance Journal, Canadian Public Policies, among others. He has supervised several PhD students to undertake research on issues ranging from the role of fiscal policies in economic growth, macroeconomic impact of technology innovations, in the effect of value chains, upgrading on exports. So I'd like to thank Professor Hu for accepting our request to chair and moderate these sessions. With this, I'd like to hand over the floor to you, Professor Hu. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Hu. Thank you for the nice introduction, and welcome everybody to the session. And in the session, we have 4 papers. So I understand that not all attendees have the function to raise your hand. Therefore, if you don't have such a function at your end, please, and you have a question, please enter your question in the Q&A box, which is at the bottom panel of the Zoom screen. So there's a QA tab there, so you can enter your question there. Okay, some housekeeping activities. Each presenter has 15 minutes, so we'll be very punctual on time. And each discussant has 10 minutes, so we will be very punctual on that as well. The first paper in this session is by Professor Alex Villasis from Arizona State University, and Professor Alexis Villasis, sorry, I hope my pronunciation is close enough, is an applied microeconomist studying social welfare implications in agriculture. And he holds a PhD in agricultural and applied economics from Virginia Tech. Today, his topic is on government-supported marketing channels and smallholders' income, evidence from high-value crop producers in India. The discussant will be Professor Pandey from Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai, India. So now I hand the floor to Professor Villasis. Professor Villasis.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, I'm going to share my screen if you allow me.
Okay. Yeah, please share your screen. Please share your presentation in the presentation mode, I guess.
Okay,
so
can you see my screen?
Yeah, this is
perfect.
Perfect. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm just going to arrange a couple of things here. Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. I'm here in Arizona. It's already 8 p.m. here, so it's a little late, but it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Alexis Villasis. Thank you for the introduction. I'm an assistant professor at Arizona State University, and the title of the presentation or the paper I'm going to share with you is Government-Supported Marketing Channels and Smallholders' Incomes, Evidence from Crop Producers in India. This is joint work with Thomas Kopp from the University of Siegen in Germany, and also Ashok Mishra, who is also at Arizona State University. So before we get into the details of the presentation, what I'd like to do is share with you the key messages of what is this study or paper about. First, what we try to tackle in this research is the gap that currently exists in empirical research on the link between government-supported marketing channels and small farmers' incomes. This type of government-supported marketing channels is a policy tool that is very popular in low and middle income countries. So which is one big motivation for us to study this type of markets. But one thing that we found interesting is that there exists very little research on the link between this type of market channels and the impact they have on farmers' profitability. And that's one of the things that we try to tackle in this research. One of the most popular examples of these government-supported marketing channels is the case of mandis in India, and it has been documented, from many different perspectives. One of the most popular papers around mandis is this one from Nutha Lapati et al. 2020 that was published in World Development. But as I mentioned before, they do not focus on the impact of these marketing channels on farmers' profitability. So what we find in this paper or in this research in a nutshell is that staple crop producers in our very specific application, those farmers that produce okra, onions, or baby corn in the context of India, they tend to benefit more from these government-supported market channels than producers of high-value crops. For example, pomegranate, which is one crop that we study in this research. And that's the main contribution that I think we can make in very brief statement. Again, we find that the staple crop producers benefit more than high-value crop producers when they choose to use these government-supported marketing channels. So this is just a little layout of how the presentation is going to be. I'm just going to briefly motivate and introduce the study. Going to discuss very briefly the empirical analysis because of the limitations. And then we're going to discuss a little bit our main findings, a little bit more deeper, and conclude and get over some policy recommendations. So without further ado, let me give you a little background on this study that we do. And one of the motivations is that the literature focus on market access and how market access should be as friction-free as possible, right? So everybody can enjoy the benefits of participating in the market. And this is vital for a smallholder income. So as it's very well documented, in many different places around the world, food value chains, specifically in low and middle income countries, tend to have a lot of intermediaries, right? Which opens up the possibility for the intervention or for the case of marginalization or double marginalization problems that tend to decrease the profit of farmers, okay? So one of the things or one of the tools that many countries have applied to try to fix this problem is to provide farmers with direct access to consumers. So one of the main examples of this type of policies is the government-supported marketing channels. And the thing about these type of interventions is that it has been it has not been studied from the perspective of if these market channels actually benefit farmers or not. So that's what we're trying to investigate in this research. In our specific case, we focus on the most popular government-supported market channel that has been documented around the world, which is the case of the mandi system in India. Just to provide you a little bit on the big picture of India and crop production, India is the world's second largest producer of fruits and vegetables, only behind China. So that highlights the importance of understanding the impact of this type of market outlets for farmers. What we try to do, as I briefly mentioned in the introduction, is we try to compare different market channels. Yes, we like to focus our research on the mandi system, but for us or for the audience to get a better picture, we compare the benefits that farmers enjoy from participating in this mandi system compared to pre-harvest contractors or private traders, because they also have the option to sell the crop production to these other marketing channels. And we analyze this for both for local staples. In the specific case, we analyze okra, onion, and baby corn, and also for one cash crop, which is pomegranate, which is a crop that is mostly used for export purposes in India. So going back a little bit on economic theory, we try to model, understand this under the lens of farmers' decision for optimal marketing channel. As a very well-behaved, rational economic agent, what a farmer will do is to maximize expected profits, right? So in this case, for them, in addition to all the production variables that a farmer needs to manage, one of the decision variables that he has to deal with is the choice between three possible marketing channels in the context of India. In this specific case, pre-harvest contractors, which are normally contractors that secure the harvest from these producers with a fixed price before the actual harvest is done, right? So in that case, pre-harvest contractors kind of absorb a little bit of the risk that the farmer faces, but at the same time pass this risk on the price because they tend to provide lower prices to the producers. There's also private contractors, which it's pretty much like the pre-harvest contractors, but they buy the production after the harvest with current market prices. So in that sense, they do not really deal with the risk imposed, by any factor in the agricultural production. They just use market prices. But there's also the main case that we try to understand in this research, which is the case of mandis, which is a type of policy intervention that the government does in order to try to connect directly farmers with consumers, right? So given the objectives of the farmer, that it is to maximize expected profits, and one of the decisions that he has to take is to choose a market channel that will try to give him the best outcome possible, this whole optimization process is conditional on expected revenues and costs, because there are revenues that are purely associated with different market channels, but also there are implicit costs that the farmers need to take into account when deciding on which market channel they want to use. So how do we understand, or how do we analyze this? Well, for the brevity of time, what we do is analyze two regression models that we run in this exercise. In the first regression model, we try to address this question on the effect of the market channel choice on the price received by farmers. We just do a simple linear regression where our main treatment variable is the choice of market channel, and we try to focus our attention on what is the impact of the choice of market channel on the price received by the farmers. The second regression model that we use to try to understand these marketing channels in India is a linear probability model that analyzes the determinants of farmers' marketing channel choices. So we'll try to see, okay, what are the characteristics or the things that correlate with a certain choice of a market channels among the farmers that we analyze in our sample. As I mentioned before, this is conducted, the sample is among smallholder farmers. Specifically, we have 1,349 observations. This comes from a survey conducted by IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute, in 2016. The survey was conducted in 3 regions in India, in Punjab, in Haryana, and Maharashtra. And this survey encompasses, the classic variables that can be expected to use in this type of analysis, would include farm variables, household variables, and farmer attributes, right? So without further ado, here I'm just presenting you the correlations or the associations. A big disclaimer here is that, of course, we cannot claim causality in our results because this is an observational study, but we try to do our best to try to convince you that these relationships hold, or this association holds for as our main findings, right? What we see here is that we run 4 different regressions where the price was the dependent variable, and then we try to analyze what's the impact, or in this case, the correlation of these different market channels, right? So in this case, the first thing is pre-harvest contractors, the first row that we have here, and then we see their effect on the price received by baby corn farmers and pomegranate farmers. We see that it's actually a negative association between the price received by baby corn producers and selling them to pre-harvest contractors. We will discuss this result later. So I'm just highlighting the main things that we're looking here at these regressions. And also when we analyze the case of mandis, this is really interesting because we see a positive association between the price received by baby corn, okra producers, and onion producers and their choice of using the mandi system. But this is a completely different story when we analyze pomegranate farmers in this case. And this is why we divided at the end, well, from the very beginning in our study, the staple crops, baby corn, okra and onion, and pomegranate, because they represent two different things. Baby corn, okra, and onion are staple crops, that are mass consumed in the local markets, while pomegranate is mostly used for export. So in that case, one of the things that we can easily conclude, or at least foresee, is that for the case of export crops, selling to the mandis, this type of government supported market channel might not be the best option for this specific type of producers. For brevity of time, I'm just going to go to the next round of results that we have. Remember, in the first set of results, I show you the associations between the price that farmers receive and the choice of market channel. In this other set of results, I just show you the determinants of this choice of market channel, right? So here we run 3 different regressions, each of them having a marketing channel choice as the dependent variable. One is the pre-harvest contractors, the other one is the mandis, and the other one is private trader. And what we'll find here is that access to credit actually has a negative correlation with farmers choosing pre-harvest contractors and private traders. So in that sense, this means that farmers that have access to credit, they do not tend to sell to these market channels, which actually makes sense, because most of the cases, the pre-harvest contractors or the private traders work as a source of credit. And this ability of these market channels or these agents actually to provide credit serve as a condition for farmers to sell their products to them. But at the same time, they might use a price mechanism to secure that, all right? So, but we see that there is a positive association between access to credit and mandis, which hints to us that farmers that have access to credit, they don't tend to sell to pre-harvest contractors or private traders, but they tend to use more the mandi system because they might give it a better price for the farmers. Okay, just gonna discuss really briefly some of the conclusions and policy implications of our study because of time limitation, running out of time, but well, this is our main finding. The effects of channel choice on prices, we found that staple crops fetch the highest prices when sold to mandis. And one of the main implications or the connections that we find here is that social capital between the small farmers and the mandi buyers exist. And in the sense that mandis provide, in this case, farmers with better prices, but not for every case. Remember that this is only the case for baby corn, for okra, and for onion. But for the case of luxury crops for exports like pomegranate, we see that these type of crops, they do not receive the best prices at mandis. And actually this makes sense. I mean, the literature has discussed this before because there is a low local demand at mandis for these products. When it comes to the determinants of market, of channel choice, the positive relationship between credit access and choice to sell at mandis signals that there is fewer capital needed by farmers in contract farming, which is, the case when they engage with pre-harvest contractors or with private traders, and also because contractors act as an informal credit providers, as I mentioned before. There's a negative relationship between distance to contractors and roads and selling to post-harvest practices that we discussed further in the paper, but we wanted to highlight that pre-harvest contractors, in that case, wants to limit cost of picking up produce for farmers, so they might discriminate against, the distance they have to cover for getting some of their products. So some policy implications, well, the policy implications are straightforward. Marketing channel choice is a critical determinant of smallholder revenues. As we see, we find different correlations with the choice of market channel and the price that farmers received. In this specific case, we found that producers of high-value exports like pomegranate would benefit from measures to increase their sales to contractors. In that case, in the specific application that we study, we see that actually improved road infrastructures might benefit this type of farmers, and also improve public transportation, because we found associations within these variables and the price that pomegranate producers have. And also producers of local staples, in that case, will benefit from measures that help them to sell to market. So in that case, improved access to formal lending services could be or should be considered as a policy tool to help them. So again, just before finishing the presentation, because I'm running out of time, the main key message that I also want to say is that sometimes, in the policymaking process, we try to come up with one size fits all type of policies to help farmers, but as we document here, there is heterogeneity within the different type of crops that farmers producers, and some policies that might help a group of farmers will not necessarily translate as a help for other groups of farmers. And with that, I'll thank you very much. This is my email and this is my Twitter account. Any questions, comments, suggestions are welcome. As I mentioned before, this is a work in progress, so all your feedback, it's very well received. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Villises. Thank you for your good presentation. And now I would like to, actually you got 1 more minute left. So good timing, according to my clock, yeah. Okay. Now I would like, thank you. I would like to invite Professor Pendy, who's the discussant on the paper. Please, I'm now handing, well, I should say hand the floor to you, but I would say I would hand the screen and the mic to you, Professor Pendy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning from India. So let me start with my presentation. So it's my slides visible. I have already shared.
Professor Pendy, can you put the, good. Yeah, this is the presentation mode. Yeah.
Yes. So I will be discussing this paper, which was very nicely presented by Professor Alex. And thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this paper. So for me, like the way I will be proceeding with the discussion is like I will first discuss about the study a little bit, then the concepts which are used in this paper, and my concerns and few suggestions, as this is a working paper, just now Alex has also said, so it's some suggestion might be helpful to see. So to start about the study, and let me say that this is very important topic with respect to developing countries, and more specifically for a country like India, where we are now observing a lot of diversification towards high value crops, especially for fruits and vegetables. So our areas are very much shifting towards fruits and vegetables. So this is very important because being a perishable crop, we need a very good marketing infrastructure and different marketing channels to help farmers to reap the benefits of their produce. So this study, as just presented by the author, the study looks into the impact of government-supported marketing channels on the small-scale farmers' income in 3 states of India, that is Punjab, Haryana, and Maharashtra. And it focuses on one fruit only, that is pomegranate, and 3 vegetable crops like okra, onion, and baby corn. And data which is used for this study is collected in 2016 by IFRI, and the number of households they had is 1,349, that too smallholders only. But let me add here, about more than 80% of our farmers are smallholders in India only. So that I just wanted to add. So now, just a minute. My concern with respect to concept, Dr. Alex, is like we know a staple crop, high value crop, and cash crop. There is some difference. We should not confuse staple crop with the high value crops or the cash crops. So a staple crop of food is one that is eaten regularly, whether it is vegetable or cereals or whatever, and in such quantities as it constitutes the dominant part of the diet and it supplies the major proportion of our energy and nutrient needs. So that we call as staple. So our okra, baby corn cannot be, an onion cannot be a staple crop. So I have a major blockage while reading this paper at the introduction itself. Then high value crops are crops that provide higher net returns per hectare to the farmer than the conventional crop that they are growing. And in India, mostly it is cereals, whether coarse cereal or rice and wheat. And then cash crop is the agriculture crop which is grown only for the profit purpose, which they grow for earning the profit other than the subsistence need. So my concern with respect to introduction chapter is that you are saying that the functioning of value chain is important only for developing and emerging economies. It is not so. Even developed economies also need a very good value chain. So this is like first line itself in your paper, it starts with that. And then in page 6, you are saying that the demand for fruits and vegetable is robust in developing and emerging economies, and urban consumer often fail to meet the recommended amount in their diet. Whereas like in the rural India, there are more poor people living, and as pointed out by our national NSS survey, that per capita consumption in rural India is much lower than the urban India. So concern is more for the rural people also. So I have written here that our per person per day consumption in rural India is 160 gram, whereas WHO recommends 400 gram per person per day. Yeah, it is low in both the region, whether it is urban or rural. Then there is in your background, there is no need and there is no mention of the Agriculture Produce and Livestock Marketing Act of 2017. So this is very important act which was introduced in 2017, which provides the alternative marketing channels other than the mandi system, what you are saying, to farmers in marketing their produce at competitive and remunerative prices. And then this statement I didn't find very, means it's not correct. This statement saying that today each state in India regulates agriculture markets under APMC Act, which is not correct. Like I will show this table in the next slide. So in Bihar, APMC Act was repealed in 2006. So we can't say that all states are following. And different states have adopted some portion of this act. Only Arunachal Pradesh is one state which has adopted all the provisions of this APLM Act of 2017. So having this statement saying all the states have adopted is not correct. Now my concerns with respect to sample and data. So it is not very clearly mentioned that the sample have, in your study, have you used the full survey data, or you have used only the some households from that survey or few states? Because data was collected from 3 states. But if you see your table 1, where you are listing your study thing, in that Punjab is not mentioned at all, whereas data was collected in these 3 states. So this is not very clear from your method, sample and data methodology, how this was taken in your study. And what was the duration of survey? 2016, we know. But I'm sure if you might
Professor Pendy, sorry, Professor Pendy, 3 minutes for your time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So these are few concerns, and giving that in your data only the mean of production and price received, and comparing them across the marketing channel. I know it is only the descriptive statistics, but it is not correct to compare it that way. And with respect to methodology, I would like to point out that the prices, they vary as per the quality of the produce. And you have not taken that into account. Taking just average prices and is not correct that way. And this option also, you have not considered that the same produce can be sold to different channels by the same farmer. So the farmer can sell A grade to the contractor or pre-harvest contractor because he will be offering very high prices, whereas C grade he will go to APMC Mandi where he will get some prices instead of throwing. So they choose many channels for their produce. And in your model which you have used, the equation, you have used time fixed effect. That equation doesn't reflect that time notation, first thing. And another thing, whether the data was collected over the time, why you are using the time fixed effect, that is not, I can't understand. And other thing, you have used location fixed effect. So, but each state, because in India, agriculture policies are state subject. Agriculture is a state subject. So policies vary, and whether contractor can be there in a state or not, it depends on the state policy. So those
Professor Pendy, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, those things, yeah, I will be just concluding. So that is not being given thought over this. It is better to think over that. And my suggestion would be like a 2 SLS regression would have been better. And other suggestion is that results, you are saying distance to contractor is positive and significantly associated only for the pomegranate, but it affects all the crops. It is not only for the most perishable item only. And the information sources are important for other crops, not for onion, which is not correct. I can't understand this result, why it is so. And the interaction terms that you have used in your equation, it is not given. And your Oscar delta for pomegranate is less than 1, which you have also pointed out that we have to be very careful. But yes, we have to look into it why it is so. So my suggestion, thank you. So my suggestion, these are my suggestions.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Pendy. Thank you for your very good discussion on the paper. Now, I have a question from the QA box. I suppose I can read out the question, and then Dr. Villicis can answer this question as well as addressing some of the comments from Professor Pendy. Is that okay, Dr. Villicis? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So we got 5 minutes, yeah? The question from the QA box is, do you think agritech/agtech will change the market access scenario in India? So that's the question from the QA box. Okay, I'm handing over to you, Dr. Villicis.
All right. This is a very broad question because we need to first define what do we mean by agtech. Are we talking about the use, for example, of mobile applications where farmers have access to information? That could be an example of agtech, or it could be the use of drones, for monitoring the agricultural applications of pesticides or herbicides. So it's a huge component when we talk about agritech, right? Depending on the type of a specific agritech that we're talking about, yes, they might change the market access scenario in India, specifically when it comes to agritech related to formation, like the case of applications that I show you, right? So it's been very well documented in the literature that when farmers have accurate and timely access to price information, they can take better decisions, especially for storage decisions or for selling decisions, right? So in that sense, agritech can definitely have a role in changing the scenarios of marketing channel. In our specific case, because we're studying fruits and vegetables, which are perishable products, they are not really, they don't really have the capacity to be stored. So in that case, other type of informations like which type of markets are providing better prices at a specific moment, yes, they can influence. But again, the things that we found out in our study is that the choice of market channel, yes, it depends on price, but it depends on a lot of things, on if they have access to credit. So if an ag tech is focused on providing credit access to markets, they definitely will change, again, the scenario for the market choice in the States, or at least in the farm households that we analyze in our sample.
Would you like to respond to some of the questions, concerns from Professor Pendy? We got another 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Yes, no, I love the very local context, and I think we need to fix some of the verbiage, because I think that's her main concern. Like, yes, from all the states, probably not all of them use the MPC mandates. I agree with that. So no, definitely, Dr. Pandey, if you can share your slides with us, that would be great, because that's the kind of input that we're looking at this moment, right? Looking at the very specific within knowledge of the local context will help us improve a lot. Yes, we do. I do realize that. I just realized that we use interchangeable the terms staple crops or cash crops, and that might confuse the reader. So I agree with that. As I mentioned to you, this is an observational study, so we cannot talk about any causality. We just talk about correlations in this case. So going for methodologies better than the one that we produce are feasible, but they are not really, I don't see they can improve our findings, in the sense that we still will not be able to claim causality, right? So using two-stage least square, instrumental variables, probability matching, or RCT will definitely be better. But again, this is an observational study, so that's what we're trying, to highlight in our study. And yes, we need to be very cautious when we interpret the results, as we discussed that, because specifically for when we talk about export products like pomegranate, we only have the example of pomegranate, but we would love to have, in an ideal scenario, more crops in our sample, so we can make, further analysis.
We got 1 more minute. Any very short question? Sorry, you're muted.
Yeah. If I can add, like you're taking credit also. So I am sure they might be having information about informal sources of credit and formal. So if you make that distinction, that will be very helpful, because even if they are going to APMC, Mandi, they need credit because they are small and marginal farmers, less than 2 hectares of land. So credit needs are always there, but it depends what type of credit they have access to. And they also look into, like in the methodology, Punjab is not appearing at all in your table, because comparing between Punjab and Haryana for the same crop will give you better insight than just one state, because state policies are same then.
Yeah. Okay. So time to move to the next paper, but before that, let us thank our speaker, Dr. Villicis, and our discussant, Dr. Pendy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next paper is by Veera Wahid. Mr. Wahid is a program officer, and he works for Resilience Development Initiative of Indonesia. And his research is concerned with fostering resilience building, sustainability development. And he was actively engaged in exploring financing solutions for sustainable projects. The discussion will be our previous speaker, Dr. Villicis. Now I'm handing over to our speaker, Mr. Wahid. The paper the title of the paper is Improving Indonesia's Palm Oil Sustainability and Market Access Through Financing, Disconnects and Policy Solutions. Mr. Wahid, it's all yours now.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Yeah, I'll share my screen. Yeah, I hope it's visible to everybody.
Yeah, it's good to be.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll start the presentation. Okay, my paper is titled Improving Indonesia's Palm Oil Sustainability and Market Access Through Financing. We will look at mainly disconnects and, of course, find policy solutions. as perhaps some of you may have known that Indonesia is the largest producer of palm oil in the world. Together with Malaysia, we cover, I think, 70 to 80% of the market share. And Indonesia has been under fire recently, mostly because of its palm oil sustainability and the European Union's RED II initiative, Renewable Energy Directive, the second one. Indonesia's palm oil has been and has proven to be associated with high levels of deforestation. And the EU, of course, being one of the most foremost promoters of sustainable development and sustainable land management, has certified palm oil as indirect land use change risk commodities and plans to phase it out by 2030. And this has come into effect in Indonesia. So in 2022 compared to 2017, which is the year before RED II was initiated and all of the export regulations were implemented, Indonesia saw a 2.55 million ton decrease, which is a lot compared to 2017. And also Netherlands, Spain, and Italy used to be in the top 10 of importers for palm oil in Indonesia, and they have reduced their imports significantly. Spain 54%, Netherlands 58%, Italy 44%. Yeah. However, Indonesia have, of course, tried to dispute this regulation and held bilateral and meetings with the EU. But the EU has stated clearly that they are not blindly against palm oil. It's not blindly identified as a bad biofuel per se, but they do state focus that palm oil that leads to large deforestation is banned in the EU. So the challenge is actually for Indonesia is how Indonesia can produce palm oil sustainably, reducing deforestation to a large extent and making sure of replantation efforts and also tracking and things like that. Yeah, that's the challenge in Indonesia, how Indonesia can produce palm oil sustainably. And if this can be done, of course, EU will be a viable market for Indonesia once again. Yeah, so currently, if we were to ask the question, how is the current efforts of Indonesia in promoting sustainable palm oil, implementing sustainable palm oil, it's relatively slow. So Indonesia does have its own certification, which is currently only covers 35% of all palm oil businesses, and also a much more robust certification system is RSPO, which is much more lower, 14.1%. Of course, please note that some of the larger companies may have two certifications, both ISPO and RSPO. But this has been considered slow progress because the government actually targeted this certification to be 100% by 2025, and basically that's roughly 2 years away, and we've only reached 35% based on RSPO coverage. Now, we did an initial review of the problems that are related to this. Why is Indonesia's implementation of sustainable palm oil slow? So there are a few problems: high cost of certification, inadequate incentives. It does not make sense for palm oil plantations to certify themselves because of the lack of incentives. Of course, there are some issues from smallholders in meeting with legal and financial requirements. There are a lot of smallholder farmers that have issues with land legality. And also, there are a lot of issues with replantation because palm oil is a very extensive business. You need to plant it, you need to harvest it, you need to replant it, and yeah, it takes a lot of capital. And also, there isn't strong policy in the sense of ensuring finances sustainable palm oil from the banking policies or even the green taxonomy and others. So we first asked and try to identify the disconnects within sustainable palm oil, and also because most of our initial findings were focused on financial incentives, economic incentives, financing issues. We've chosen to sort of specify it to financing aspect of sustainable palm oil. And also, how can this disconnects be solved, which will lead to the policy implications. So we developed a framework because this looks into a landscape study. So we developed a framework to understand the landscape of Indonesia's palm oil. Of course, there are enablers from the government side. Of course, how is the governance of palm oil? Are there any financial policies and incentives? How is the ISPO certification? And also Indonesia has a CPO fund, a fund which takes taxes from palm oil exports and then supposedly uses it for replantation efforts. And also we also try to examine the palm oil industry. How is the relation between large-scale plantations and smallholder plantations? Because Indonesia does try to integrate large-scale plantations and smallholder plantations to try and solve the issues of legality issues, sustainability practices, and things like that. And also the private sector, the enablers from the private sector as well. Of course, assistant groups, capacity building groups, because Indonesia does have a lot of businesses in palm oil and some really big businesses that provide capacity building and assistance. And also from the financiers, from the private sectors, how is the financing structured? What are the requirements? Are they promoting sustainable palm oil? Are there commitments towards that? And so on and so on. So this is the framework that we use to analyze it. Yeah. So I think because this is a lot of pages and the presentation time is limited, I'll just go straight ahead into the disconnects. So there are disconnects in financial regulations in Indonesia for sustainable palm oil. There is no policy mandating palm oil financing based on certification. So, and also Indonesia already established the green taxonomy, but it's not mandatory to implement. So RSPO and ISPO is certified as green, and if business only has ISPO, the Indonesian-based certification, it's certified. It's declared as yellow. Yeah, so you can still finance ISPO, but the problem is basically there are no regulations trying to mandate financing towards sustainable palm oil. Yeah, so yeah, there's the issue there, including the green taxonomy. It's not binding, so it's just a suggestion for banks and other financiers. There are a lot of subsidized, government subsidized or government-backed financing or loans for palm oil. We have the KUR, the People's Credit financing, and also a specific program that only finances palm oil, the KEPNRP, but they also do not mandate the financing for sustainable palm oil. And there are no specific regulations that provide incentives towards financing sustainable palm oil or even the practices. So very weak regulatory support from Indonesia in this area. And also from the financial services industry, this is also related with the first disconnect. Because there isn't much regulatory support or mandate to push financing towards sustainable palm oil. We rely a lot on the financiers' awareness to state ESG targets and finance based on those ESG targets. So some of the big banks have stated commitment towards financing for certified plantations, specifically the more robust certifications. But not all banks have unveiled similar policies.
Mr. Wahid, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and this grows much worse in lower level banks and community banks. The ISPO certification, there are a lot of issues with the ISPO certification. Some has raised concerns about the principle of transparency, potential human rights violations, and a lot of some other issues in criteria to fulfill documentations and things like that. It's in short, it's not as robust as RSPO, and it provides much more. It's much more lenient towards non-sustainable palm oil. Within smallholders, of course, there is an issue with land legality, their inability to get sufficient financing, and also issues with certifications. Do they get benefits from the certifications, and issues with collaborations as well. And also with the CPO fund, there are issues because mostly administrative issues, because it takes a lot of administrative requirements to get the CPO fund, and also the funds are not sufficient for replantation. So I think the summary is not a lot of mandatory policies to ensure financiers provide financing for sustainable palm oil. Not all financiers have adopted NDPE policies, which is no deforestation policies. Lots of concerns in ISPO certification. There is little to none financial incentives for plantations to certify themselves, and also there are issues within smallholders to get financing, land legalities issues, business ownership issues, and low productivity issues. And also there are certain administrative barriers to access CPO funds, and also the CPO fund itself is insufficient. So this is the final slide.
Thank you, Mr. Wahid. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Time is up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your good presentation. Now I would like to invite the discussant, Dr. Villises, to discuss the paper. Dr. Villises is also the previous presenter of the previous paper. Dr. Villises.
Thank you. Can you see my slides?
I can, definitely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the presenter for his intervention. It was really, really nice. The discussion, what I prepared here in the slides are some suggestions I think the paper needs to address in order, to be a little more comprehensive. So some of the things that I want to cover is just suggestions, to improve the paper. One of the things that I think lack in the paper, I think that should be addressed, is that providing the general audience or the reader the big picture. I'm really happy that the presenter at the beginning of this presentation talked about Malaysia and Indonesia being the biggest producers of oil palm and so forth, but that is not actually addressed in the paper. So if you can put that in the paper to provide a big picture in the paper, that would be great, because every paper needs to stand alone, and there will be people that are not really familiar with oil palm and palm oil production. So that will help lots for the paper to stand out by itself. Here I'm just providing some of the stats that you could add in your paper. By no means I'm saying you have to put these pictures. It's just some suggestions that I think will enhance the quality of your paper. Talk a little bit about vegetable oil production and how palm leads the world production of vegetables oil. It even comes before soybeans, which is really surprised, because a lot of talks, specifically, from the US and the European Union, mostly centered around corn and soybeans. But, this will highlight the role of palm production, and specifically around the world, right? Because also uses, palm production also uses a lot of land for that is destined at the very end of the day to produce vegetable oil crops. So I think these are some data or some facts that can enhance the quality of the paper and make it stand out by itself. I think you addressed this already, being Indonesia the largest producer of oil palm production, followed by Malaysia. And this is really interesting, as I was not really familiar with stats with oil palm, and I become more interested, and I think the general reader will be engaged with this study if the big picture is presented. So I think these are some of the nice facts that you can add to the paper to increase its quality. And I know the main focus of the paper, it's been around the new regulations of the European Union, but as you can see here from this graph, the main oil importers are actually India and China. So even though it's not a scope of the paper, I think it would be great if you try to incorporate some of the reflections or some of the consequences of what could happen if India and China regulations changes, right? I'm not really sure if they are importing a lot from Indonesia at this moment, but what will happen if they decide to do so? What will happen, even though it could be a little bit speculative, I think it's really important to address this because as you can see here from the graph, India and China are the ones that are leading the imports in palm oil, right? So I think that's very relevant for your paper. Same things here with land use for palm oil production and, the use of oil palm, how it affects deforestation in Indonesia, it's also tangential to your study, right? But if I would have thought that oil palm production will have a lot of impact on deforestation, but if you see from this graph on the right-hand side, actually oil palm plantations are not that big in terms of the impacts of deforestation in Indonesia. Even though it's not the focus of your paper, you can really mention, yes, there are other things that are impacting, deforestation in Indonesia, because, it goes along with the issue of sustainability that you're discussing in your paper, right? So I would like to, at least for you to address that a little bit, that, there are other things that are affecting deforestation and sustainability practices in Indonesia, like grassland, small scale clearing, and, that kind of things that are here. Other thing or other big topic that I would like you to at least address or try to position your study is, within the context of agricultural value chain, right? Because a lot of the things that you discuss in the paper, it's very common in other settings, like lack of financial services, focus on sustainability efforts is, the main focus of your paper, but this is actually what happens, for production of cacao in Africa or coffee or other type of products or crops, right? So if you can position your study within the huge literature that investigates this type of a lack of financial services, focus on sustainability efforts, that would be great. I think also at least addressing how your paper complements the current literature and the low adoption of sustainability standards among the value chain actors can enhance your discussion. The way role of local certifications, again, is an issue, is a problem that we have seen all around the world in many different global value chains. So, try to position your study within this context will also, put it in a very good shape. Also, couple of things that I have here, lack of financial incentives, market power, market distortions, also affect the palm oil food value chain in Indonesia, and likewise the lack of access to financial services. And finally, try to discuss a little bit the concept of green finance, which I think is the embedded or the comprehensive topic that will cover all what you discuss in the paper. All right, there's a lot to like in your paper, and I really like the way that you approach your methodological approach, even though it's a very descriptive conceptual paper. I think it's really well done. So try to position this study in the context of green finance, and at least tell the reader that what is green finance, right? Which is what you discuss in this paper. It's that compared to traditional finance, green finance emphasizes the issues that you highlighted here, which is environmental interests, the efficient use of resources as important criteria for measurement effectiveness and its activities. How your paper study, tackles or contributes to the green finance literature development. And I think that's pretty much it from me. And thank you very much. Again, it's a really nice paper, and I really enjoy reading it.
Thank you, Dr. Velasquez. You still got 3 minutes left, which means we have more time for the QA session, which is meant to start at 1 o'clock in Japan. Now, before I invite Mr. Vahi to address Dr. Velasquez's comments, there's one question from the QA box. I'll read out to Mr. Wahid. Oh, there's no open question. Oh, that question disappeared.
No, no,
Well-
I think I misclicked it, but I read it. Yeah.
Oh, you read it. Okay. Yeah. Then
yeah, I
okay.
read
Now
it.
I'm handing over to you. So it's your choice whether you want to answer that question first or address Ms. Dr. Willis's comments first. Yeah. Now it's
Yeah,
all yours.
I think Dr. Willis's comments are very, very good. Yeah, we will add a lot of those statistics, a lot of the bigger picture. It's very, very good suggestions. It is already an extensive study, but I think we can sort of find a way to put the bigger picture. And of course, the agricultural value chains, they're important. Green finance, we've tried to tackle it usually through green finance policies and the green taxonomy and areas like that, and how green finance is related to banks and all of those stuff. But I think we can provide stronger emphasis in there. So I accept all of those suggestions and we'll try to embed it. In regards to the Q&A, are developed countries unfair in expecting developing countries to control their carbon emissions? This is a large question, which I'm not quite sure I could answer comprehensively in 3 minutes. Yeah, but I will say this: it does take time for developing countries to move towards more sustainable practice, and I think developing countries should take that into consideration. And of course, developing countries provide financing for donors and international agencies to help us. But I think the constraints of time and also most of this help in Indonesia comes in the context of loans, long-term loans. So that isn't really beneficial. So yeah, and also focusing on intervention that focus on building up best practices and upscaling them into larger practices is also important. So yeah, I would say it's unfair in terms of time, the constraints of time, how quickly they want us to do it, and also the constraints of financing and support that they give us to achieve that. Yeah, so yeah, I will just end it there, my answer to the Q&A. Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, we got 5 more minutes. Any other questions from the audience, the attendees, the participants? Ms. Wahid, perhaps I can ask you a question. My question is very basic. You mentioned a certificate for palm oil plantation, yeah, or replantation. What does the certificate, what does the process of certification involve? Like what people have to do to get a certificate?
Yeah, you would have to be more specific. Would it be the RSPO certification or the Indonesian local certification? Yeah.
Okay.
Which one are you referring to? The local one?
Yeah, well, RSPO, what I saw RSPO on your slide, but then I couldn't remember what it stands for. So what? But I remember you mentioned the part of the certification process is to improve or promote the export of palm oil to Europe. I suppose that requires certification, or certification helps. Is that right?
Yeah. Certification helps.
Yeah, that certification. What does that certification involve?
Yeah. So there are 2 types of certification. RSPO is the big one, the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. That's basically EU will accept any business exporting to them. Yeah, but the other certification is Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil Certification, which has been flagged with a lot of problems of human rights, land legality, and things like that. And the EU is much more reluctant to accept commodities from businesses that only have ISPO, because it's simple. You just have to have a legal land. You have to prove business ownership. You have to provide some expert, which is not really scrutinized, just some expert statement that your palm oil is sustainable. and which is not really scrutinized as much as RSPO, the roundtable, the larger certification. So there are a lot of ways to get around that. Of course, Indonesia is also somewhat, there are some areas where Indonesia is corrupt also, and palm oil is certainly one of them. So yeah, there are a lot of loopholes that people can use to take the ISPO.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Wahid. I got one more question, a new question from the QA box. The question is, how sustainable the sustainable palm oil production program? So how sustainable the production itself, program itself? Any long-term study results?
Currently, looking at it, there are no long-term results. And most studies look at sustainability from the land aspect. So how does it relate to deforestation, and not really to the product aspect. So there is a research gap on that. And most interventions are done by development partners and also some foundations from the large palm oil companies to improve market access, improve profits from the smallholders. So studies are based around that mostly, but there aren't really many long-term studies that address sustainability as a whole. The long-term studies usually look at deforestation rates and land conversion rates. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. If somebody wants to research that, yeah, it would be great.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wahid. So now we got 1 minute left. I think we can move to the next paper. So before that, I'd like to thank again Mr. Wahid, the speaker, and Dr. Villasis, the discussant. The next paper, paper number 3, is the title of that paper is Market Power, Why China's Temporary Corn Storage Policy Failed. The speaker is Chen Tonghui, who is a PhD student in Chinese Academy of Physical Science. And the discussant is Professor Xu Tian, who is from China Agricultural University. And Chen Tonghui's research is on agricultural economic policies. And he's particularly interested in the relationship between China's temporary maize storage policy and the market. So today he's going to talk about, I guess that's the reason why he's going to talk about corn storage policy today. Okay, so I'm handing over to you, Mr. Chen Tonghui.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see me my slide?
Yeah, I can. Good.
Oh, yeah. I'm Chen Tonghui from Chinese Academy of Physical Science. It's a great honor to share our research, Market Power, why China's temporary corn storage policy failed. In addition, I also give my respect and gratitude to my current author, Xin Ruhan, who comes from Chinese Academy of Agricultural Science. First of all, China is well known for its large population and arable farmland. To ensure food security, China has taken methods including temporary storage policy. However, grain sufficiency in China has declined over the past few years because of corn and soybean import. Due to low unit yields and high production cost, domestic corn and soybean are less competitive internationally. The TSP policy promotes corn production and ensure food security during the global food crisis in 2008. After 2011, China's TSP decoupled from market price and shifting its primary objective from keeping market stability and to enhance the income of farmers. China's ending stocks of corn increased by 115 million metric tons from 2012 to 2015. In 2016, China abolished the 8 years TSP and allowing corn price to be determined by the market. And our research is beside the market integration serial. The previous week showed the relationship between domestic and international market integration and related research method. The assess the policy effect when use the ADF test under the condition of a known organism structural break point and add structural change points. This study's contribution is it finds the influence of the TSP on market integration, showing that policies distributing a market price are fairly destined to fail. Secondly, structural points are employed to research the market integration relationship between the Chinese and the global corn markets. As for the policy effects, China implies the TSP. China implies the TSP policy in response to food crisis. The global financial and food crisis lead to decline the corn price. Farmers' income dropped a lot. The corn market shrunk. And the green map of the slide shows the main production area of corn, including Heilongjiang, Jilin, Liaoning, and the 4 cities of Inner Mongolia. And the to start with, we can see the storage prices rose greatly after TSP policy from 2008 to 2014. And let's talk about the TSP policy effects. In stage 1, the corn price and oil increased faster than domestic consumption growth. And in stage 2, Chinese and global corn market price slightly diverged. And then China withdrew the TSP in 2016 to correct the market imbalance. The reform promote market-based corn price. The price has significantly decreased. Consumer rights and destocking has succeeded. And we use the data from the January 2007 to December 2019. The Chicago Board of Trade for short CBOT corn future price represent international prices and the Dalian commodity exchange for short DEC corn future price represent Chinese domestic price data from Wind database. And the article following a two-step research method. First, we're looking for the structural breakpoint in the price difference between Chinese and global corn market and divided them into 2 states. And second, we examine whether the integration of Chinese and global corn prices has changed. So the method used the unit root test with a structural breakpoint, and the formula is shown below. There are more detailed formula in the article. And the second step is the configuration test. The basic formula is also presented in the paper. And then there are empirical results. ADF test and the PP test were used to test the domestic and global coin price. The result show that the time series of both variables are significant after the first order difference. To break minimum LM unit root test was used to looking for the structure breakpoints for the price gap between domestic and global coin price. Two structure breakpoints are April 27, 2013 and July 11, 2015. So divided the relationship between domestic and global coin price into 3 stages. Then the unit rules test is conducted on the time series of domestic and global coin price in different stages. All of them are first order single integral series. In this study, the Johnson counter test is used. The results show the countegration relationship is not significant for the entire stage of the series. In the first stage, both of tree test and the Mac eigenvalue test less than the 5% critical value. The result implies there is no countegration relationship during the first stage. During this stage, both domestic and global price show changing growth trend. However, China's domestic coin price changed significantly less than the global price. The results show that there is still no countegration relationship during the second stage. The policy objective served to increase farmer income and keeping high domestic price instead of continue decline the international coin price during the stage 2. There is a countegration relationship during the third stage. Stage 3 began early. The precede the council of the TSP. This shows that the force of market caused China and global coin price and converged in 2015. Market mechanism make it difficult for policies that rely on allocation of results that are not based on a market price to continue. And in conclusion, only third stage has a countegration relationship, and the TSP policy reform add more countegration to these two markets. The TSP reform has achieved significant results in reducing the gap and promoting the coin prices. And our study found second breakpoints is early than the abolishment of TSP. It shows the market force can influence the government to take measures. Oh, that's all. Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chen. We still got 3 minutes time left for your presentation. Now you've done. So that means we have 3 more minutes for question and answer. So now I would like to, I would like to invite the discussant, Professor Tian, to discuss the paper. Professor Tian, I'm handing
Yes,
over to
thank
you.
you, Professor
Yeah.
Hu. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yep, I can see your PPT. Could you put
Okay,
it in
great.
the presentation mode?
Okay, let me take a look.
Mm.
Is that okay now?
Yeah, that's the presentation mode.
Okay,
you.
thank you, Professor Hu, and thank you, Dr. For your presentation. So first, I have to say that personally, I'm not an expert on price transmission and market integration, but I think the paper is very interesting, and so my comments mainly focus on general. It's not like very detailed comments on technical issues. So the paper, the title of the paper is okay. Sorry, wait a moment. I will.
No worries. We have plenty of time. Yeah.
Okay, is that okay now?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, the presentation mode is always there. It's been there
Okay.
for the last few
Okay,
years.
great.
Yeah. But now we
Okay,
can see your
great.
picture. Yeah, we can see your video.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, great. So first, I briefly summarize the paper. So the aim of the paper is to explore the impact of China's temporary storage policy on the domestic and global market integration using weekly corn future prices from 2007 to 2019. So basically, this paper found three main findings. The first one is that they found two breakpoints in the price difference between Chinese and global core prices. And they found that there's only one integration exists in the third stage or third phase. And they also found the second breakpoint is earlier than the cancellation of the TSB, which they claim that indicating the market forces lead to the failure of the TSB. So now I will present my comments. Basically, first, I think there are three major comments. The first one is that I think the current empirical analysis is somehow not strong enough because they only claim that, okay, they have two breakpoints and three stages. And then they do the co-integration analysis in each stage and find, okay, there's only one co-integration in the third stage. But I think this empirical analysis should be strengthened by doing more rigorous analysis. For instance, you should at least estimate how the TSP changed market efficiency. But in the whole paper, just nothing has been discussed about market efficiency. The second comment is that they found there are actually just three policies that may affect the price transmission in corn market during this period, including the trade intervention, such as export taxes and quotas, and the TSB, and also the target price reform and abolishment of the TSB. So I think not all the changes in the market integration during this period can be attributable to the TSB. So I think the conclusion should be made with more caution. And the third one is, I don't understand why the authors use future price rather than the real export and import prices to detect the domestic and international market integration, because the real import and export prices, I think, can more can reflect the reality in the market efficiency in more details, and also the real price are available from online. I also have several minor comments. The first one is in the introduction. I think the reason for the increasing imports of the corn and soybean in China are very different. I think it's better to explain them differently or only focus on the core, because this paper only focus on the price transmission in the core market. And the second one, I think the equation one can be revised to incorporate the tariff quota system, because the tariff quota system is very important in the market integration between China and the global market. Okay. The third comment is that in the descriptive analysis, the authors only use data from 2008 to 2015, while in the empirical analysis, data from 2007 to 2019 are used. I think it's better to focus on the same time period throughout the whole manuscript. And that basically means you should also include the same data from 2007 to 2019 in the descriptive analysis. The fourth one is, I would strongly suggest authors to add some notes or text in figure 2 to show the time of each policy, because you have many policies, but we don't know the time of each policy. The fifth is that the price in the future market not only depends on the market transactions, but also depends on many other factors, including like investors' behavior, exchange rate, transportation costs, energy market, weather conditions, So you cannot simply conclude that all the changes in the market integration between China and the global are caused by the TSP policies. It could be possible. It could be caused by many other factors. And the sixth comment is that at the end of the paper, the author claimed that in summary, during the first, second, and the third stages, the domestic corn price and the international corn price is having a co-integration in the first and the third stages, but actually only co-integration are only detected in the third stage. So that basically means the conclusion and the results contradict with each other. I think this statement is wrong. The authors should revise it. The seventh is that I would strongly suggest authors to do some robustness test to confirm that the number of the structure breaks and also the time of breakpoint, because here you only present one test to show the number of breaks that is due, and also only use one method to test to decide the time of breakpoints. I think if you can conduct more robustness tests, then it will increase the reliability of your results. The eighth comment is, I don't understand why authors use the weekly price but not daily price. But daily price is also available online. And also, as I know, in the price transmission and market integration analysis, if you can use more frequent data, basically you can increase the efficiency of estimation. The ninth is that in the authors detected co-integration in the third phase, which is from like 2015 to 2019. But we can also observe that the imports of corn also increased a lot since 2015. So my question is the co-integration in the third phase caused by the soy imports or the change of the TSP policies? So I think it should more analysis and investigation should be conducted. The last comment is, let's go back to the title of the paper. The title is Why China's TSP Policies Failed. So I'm also very interested about the answer. What's the answer to the question rather in the title? Only in the conclusion section, the authors briefly discussed that the reason is that the policymakers didn't realize the power of the market. So I think this conclusion somehow is not so convincing. I think more rigorous analysis should be conducted to answer the title, to answer the question rather in the title. Okay, that's all. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Tian. That's very good. Those are very good comments. So we got about 10 minutes rather than 5 for the QA session, and there is no question from the QA box. So that means, Mr. Chen, you have 10 minutes to answer to address the comments from Professor Tian. Now, Mr. Chen, do you remember those comments, the major comments and the minor comments from Professor Tian? Mr. Chen Tonghui?
Yes.
Do you remember? Okay. Otherwise, I would request Professor Tian to put up the major comments on the screen again, so then you can address them one by one because we got the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait a moment.
Yeah.
I think should be
this one, right? Major comments. Yeah, slide. I forgot.
Okay. Okay. Can I see it now?
Yeah. The major comments. You're the one you have all the major comments.
Yes. Wait a moment. Okay. Should be.
Okay.
I guess it should be there, right?
Yeah. From here onwards, that slide 3. Okay, Mr. Chen, would you like to address these comments from one by one? Yeah.
Okay. Because of the limited time, I will answer these questions in a short way. As for my minor disagreement in the paper, I will revise it later. First of all, the current policy is whole system. It's hard to understand the TSP policy without knowing the whole picture of Chinese agricultural factors. Our data is limited, but I think it's enough to support our point. Secondly, our research is conducted under the particularly events to understand the relationship between the government and the market. Our paper is a good example of the market series. Last but not least, I think we should always have faith in the power of the market, and the policy market must put more attention on the need to supply of the agricultural market. I agree the export and important price can be helpful to our research, and I suggest we do another research based on what you suggest. However, the future price has its own advantage. The major reason is the future price can include other factors between the domestic and the global market. For example, the exchange rate from different financial market can also become the bigger influencer to our outcomes. That's all.
That's all. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I have a question. I agree with Professor Tian in that I maybe you presented, but I missed it. I didn't see the answer to the question why the policy failed. In what sense? In what aspect it is failed? Yeah. How did you tell the policy was failed? How did you tell?
Why the China's temporary current storage policy failed? Dispute the market. Let me find my slide.
I think Professor Hu's question is, how do you define failure of the China's TSP policies? If you define, okay, because you argue that China's TSP policies failed, so how do you define the policies failed? If you want to define the failure of the policy, you have to compare the outcome the policies with its initial targets. Right? So you have to first go back to the initial targets of TSP policies. What's the initial policy targets of TSP policies? And then you compare the final outcome and compare this with the initial targets to see whether these outcomes are not different from the initial targets, or how much of the initial targets has been met. Then you can define whether the policy has failed. Otherwise, how do we know that the policy is failed?
I think the price is not correlated to the global market. The China's market price is of the need of farmers, and the consumption of clothes is also not related to the market price.
Okay. Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Okay, so we finished a bit earlier. It's better to underuse the time than overuse the time, right? Okay, I say, yeah, then we have no pressure for the subsequent speakers. Now let's, first of all, before move to the next speaker, I would like to thank our speaker, Mr. Chen Tonghui, and our discussant, Professor Xu Tian. The next paper, which is the last paper for the session, is going to be presented by or talked by Jin Gao. Ms. Jin Gao, the title is Top-Down Policy Interventions Promote the Development of Rural E-Commerce. Question mark? Top-down policy. Empirical evidence from rural China. Jin Gao is, sorry, Jin Gao is a PhD candidate from Lanzhou University. She's a PhD candidate at the College of Pastoral Agricultural Science and Technology. And she specializes in diverse fields such as rural e-commerce policy evaluation, land use, investment, big data, spatial data analysis. And the discussant will be Dr. Cao Jinsen from Central University of Finance and Economics in Beijing, in China. Okay, now I'm hand over to Ms. Jin Gao for presentation. Thanks, Ms. Jin Gao.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. My name is Gao Jin. I study in Lanzhou University. Yeah. My teacher is Liu Ming Professor. My title of my report is Do Top-Down Policy Interventions Promote the development of rural e-commerce.
Gao Jin, can I ask you to enlarge your slide, like by going to the presentation mode?
Yeah.
Is this already in the presentation mode? Okay, no worries. Yeah, please go
on. Empirical evidence from rural China. Introduction. Rural e-commerce is rapidly developing, exerting substantial influence on the economic and societal aspects of rural e-commerce. Rural e-commerce has paved a new path towards poverty evolution for China's impoverished population. China's remarkable progress in e-commerce cannot be separated from the policy framework and institutional structure by the Chinese government. However, some scholars argue that the development of a Taobao village in China has historically been marked by grassroots and unregulated expansion, with limited clarity regarding government intervention.
Your slides are not rotating. Your slides are not moving.
Oh.
Yeah, we have only seen the first slide so far. You got how many slides? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is second. I think if you go to the presentation mode.
Okay. Thanks. This study aimed to examine the impact of policy intervention on the development of rural e-commerce and also whether the clusters of rural e-commerce from simultaneously. Literature review. Research on rural e-commerce in developing countries has primarily focused on how to conduct business using e-commerce in agriculture enterprises and food supply chains. Chinese research predominantly concentrate on analysis of the development landscape, developmental models, and cluster characteristics of a Taobao village. The policy support is very important for the development of e-commerce. There is limited scholarly research in foreign literature for literature directly examine the impact of policies on the development of rural e-commerce. Chinese scholars research discuss the basic issues of agriculture e-commerce policy, such as the time span, zones, subjects, and tools. There is a lack of research using empirical models to quantitatively examine the impact of policy imitation on the development of rural e-commerce. To achieve these goals, we use a dynamic regression model based on the system generation method of movements to conduct the empirical analysis. The evolution of China's economics and economics policy can be categorized into three phases: the germination period, the diffusion period, and the explosive growth period. As reported by Alibaba, one of China's largest e-commerce platforms and a global international giant, Taobao village is defined as a rural village with an annual exceeding 10 million renminbi. On the
excuse me, Gaojin. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Slides not moving. We are still slide number 3 or number 2. We are still slide number literature review slide. We are still on slide number 3. Which slide are you talking about now? Which slide?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can you click that arrow there? The play like a like a play arrow at the bottom of your screen, the yellow, the kind of orange color. There's a triangle there. If you click on that, that will put your presentation in the presentation mode. Because now we can see your notes, we can see your slide and other stuff. I guess we only meant to see your slide, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got a message from Mami Yoshida. Thank you, Mami Yoshida. How do we share? How do we do that? I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Mami is helping. Mami Yoshida is helping you to. So, Gaojin, do you have somebody by your side who can help you?
Yeah, can I starting now?
Well, it's not in the presentation mode. While you are talking, people cannot see the slides you are talking about. So we are trying to fix the presentation from our side. Okay, yeah, I think someone's helping. Okay, this is the one. Yeah. Now we are in the presentation mode. Can you see, Gaojin, from your side?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Okay, which slide were you talking about just before we made this correction?
The page 9.
Page 9. Okay, let's go to page 9, and then remember, if we talk about page 10, we move to page 10. Yeah.
Oh.
Were you talking about the Taobao something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was which slide that belonged to?
Page next. The next page. Then the next. The next. Yeah.
Okay, just tell us if you need we need to move to the next slide. Someone will help you. Please go on. Please continue your talk.
The last we'll lift the Taobao village. Finger one. This is finger two.
Okay, finger
one.
two.
Finger one.
This one?
Oh no, finger one.
Moving back or forward?
Yeah. Okay. The Taobao village, the Taobao village are used as a representative of a cluster of rural e-commerce. The spatial distribution of Taobao village nationwide from 2012 and 2018 is depicted in Figure 1. More than 95% of Taobao village is primarily observed in the eastern coastal region in China. The number of the next. The next page, please. The number of policy documents released by the county government of Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Guangdong province. The number of Taobao village in Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Jiangsu province always ranked in the top 3 from 2030 to 2080 in China. Therefore, we select these regions as research areas. The 3 provinces has implemented region-specific development model encompassing the establishment of physical agriculture product exhibition, host economic platforms, and industry park area. The number of policy documents released by the county governments of 3 provinces each year between this period. In table 1, the number of policy documents in these 3 provinces increased year by year during this period. It shows that the county governments paid increasing attention to the development of internet service, e-commerce, and rural e-commerce between this during this period. The last page, the next page. The next page, please. We collected economic development in indicator data from 2013 to 2018 for 311 counties in Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Guangdong province, including statistics data, remote sensing technologies, and geography information system, and verbal crawling technology. The number of knowledge villages in 311 counties in the 3 provinces was collected for a total of 2,690 villages. Socio-economic indicators are represented by a substitute variable net time let data. We use verbal crawler technology to extract information about the number of policy documents in each sample county. This is please the next page. The next page, please. This is the economic model. Among them, NIT represented the number of top villages in county I in year, which service on an editor of local rural e-commerce development, and N is the large number of Taobao villages in the previous period. P represented the number of news and policy documents related to e-commerce issues by local government in government service as an editor of policy intervention. X is a vector of explanatory variables. It represents other factors that affect rural e-commerce development. Due to the difference in statistics indicators across the province, it is not feasible to including all three provinces in the main model for a more in-depth analysis. Therefore, we also conduct a heterogeneity analysis for the three provinces. X is represented by late in the mean model, which is the net time light data. Due to the difference in statistics indicator across province, it's not feasible to including all three provinces in the mean model for a more in-depth analysis. Therefore, we also conduct.
Excuse me, Gao Jin, 1 minute. 1 minute. So you got a few more slides left. I would suggest you go to the last one, or maybe the second last one, to use 1 minute to talk about the last 2 slides. Yeah, give us the conclusion then.
Yeah. Can I report empirical analysis?
This is your second last slide. Yeah, please talk about this slide and then the last one.
Oh, okay. We employed the SYSDMM model to conduct regressions on the overall the dataset and the individual province. The consistent result indicate a significant promotional effect of policy interventions on the development of Taobao village. It demonstrates that the positive impact of policy interventions in driving the development of rural e-commerce. It suggests that the Chinese government should continue to utilize the policy-driven approach to promote the development of the rural e-commerce, and the other development countries can use policy invitation approach to get the development of rural e-commerce in their own countries. Moreover, it's issue to prioritize regional and implement target policy interventions that provide more suitable policy environment for the development of rural e-commerce in different regions. Thank you. Thanks. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Gao Jin. So next, I would like to invite the discussant, Dr. Cao Jinsheng, for the discussion of the
Hello.
paper. Okay, hi, Dr. Cao.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, Dr. Cao is from Central University Finance Economics. Sorry, I did mention that in the beginning. Sorry. Yeah, please go on, Dr. Cao.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, very good.
Okay. The article mainly revolves around one question and provides an empirical evidence for the answer to this question. It explores the debate surrounding the spontaneous formation of rural e-commerce clusters. I think the following contributions are commendable and worth learning from. Different perspectives highlight the market-driven nature of the progress, with less emphasis on the role of policies on the development of rural e-commerce. The article emphasizes the key role of top-down policy driving force in promoting the development of rural e-commerce. The research perspective is very innovative. The empirical evidence provides valuable insights into the effectiveness of government policies in promoting rural e-commerce and a reliable reference for expanding these initiatives to other developing countries. In terms of the research method, the study called policy tests as core variables, making the selection of relevant policy intervention variables more accurate. It combines the data from the yearbook with the data obtained from through GIS, remote sensing technology, and network crawling, thereby solving the limitations of country-level statistical data. The overall structure of the article is clear, the logic is complete, and there's a certain degree of innovation. Here, as a learner, I would like to point out some of the issues I have seen for everyone's evaluation. The first issue is the selection of variables. The article evaluates the level of e-commerce development at the country level, and agrees that Taobao village is a more suitable evaluation indicator. However, because what needs to be measured is the developmental level of local e-commerce, is it really sufficient to only use the quantity to represent it? Firstly, should the reflection of quality also be considered, such as the e-commerce sales volume of Taobao village in various districts, as well as the economic performance of various industries that match the development of Taobao village, such as express delivery, communication network, and other related industries, because I think the level of e-commerce development in a region is relatively macro concept, and expressing it solely in terms of quantity is not sufficient and comprehensive. It is also necessary to express the quality from multiple aspects. Secondly, may the emergence of Taobao town and e-commerce industry impacts leads to a decline in the number of Taobao villages instead of an increase. As far as I know, there's a Yiwu business district in the central region of Zhejiang, which is a unique e-commerce industry cluster. Firstly, in terms of location, some places with significant advantages, such as transportation ports, will form e-commerce clusters. Surface talent gathering and related production factor clustering have saved sellers a lot of cost and played a clustering effect. Secondly, from the perspective of policy dividends, the government also tends to plan clusters suitable for e-commerce office and operations through new construction, renovation, and other methods, guiding the entry of resources from all parties in the market. This joint effect enhances the comprehensive competitiveness of industry parks. So from these 2 points of view, some local governments may focus on Taobao town or industrial parks, and the number of existing Taobao villages has not significantly increased or decreased, or the effect of increase or decrease is not so significant. Is it also worth considering this effect reflected by these towns or industrial parks themselves? Secondly, it is about the selection of core independent variables. I strongly agree with the author's method of crawling local government documents here, but there are also some accuracy issues. A certain amount of text analysis necessary for this text. For example, we can conduct emotional orientation analysis on the text, which is also widely used in academic circles. So through analysis, we can distinguish which are positive or leading policies or news, which are critical and corrective policy tests or news headlines. Of course, by classifying policy tests or conducting further heterogenic analysis, we aim to observe the different effects of different types of policy interventions. This may be more comprehensive rather than simply packaging all policies directly. We have seen the author evaluate a carry effect of policy intervention on the level of e-commerce development. However, mainstream economics currently prefer to understand the mechanism, logic behind the causality. If A affects C through B, then we need to delve deeper into what B is. In this context, it is worth considering the mechanisms or channels through which government policy interventions have affected the level of e-commerce development in a region. For example, through the provision of public facilities, promotional activities, and investment promotions of farmer e-commerce trading services. These are all possible pathways of action that urgently require in-depth research. Based on these two issues, I have made the above reflections, which may not be accurate, but I hope to provide assistance to researchers. If there are any issues, we will further discuss and exchange ideas. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chao. Could I ask you to keep your slides on, just like the previous discussant? Now I'd like to invite. Excuse me. Sorry. Well, I know Gao Jin is meant to answer the question, but I know her supervisor, Professor Liu Min, will answer questions on her behalf. I'm quite happy with that. So yeah, Professor Liu, would you like to address the comments made by Dr. Chao? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Professor Hu, and thanks a lot to Professor Dr. Cao. I'm very sorry for the mess of the presentation, because I think it's a good opportunity for PhD students to present their own research. So that's why it's a bit messy. I'm sorry for that. I know it's really inconvenient to your work. I think she will take this chance to get more improvement later, and then have another chance to join this conference again and make her presentation better. Thanks a lot for the chance for her. Okay, Dr. Cao, yeah, thanks a lot for your very professional and careful review on this paper. Yeah, first of all, I agree with your comments. First one about the measurement of the level of local e-commerce. Yeah, you are right. We only use the number of Taobao villages to measure the level of local e-commerce. That's because the data limitation. Actually, what we want to measure is the level of cluster of rural e-commerce of China. I know there are a lot of other variables or indicators we can try. For example, you mentioned the number of Taobao towns, and also the several index published by Beijing University. We can use that. The thing is, it's harder to match with our the data we have used, because we consider the research period. Actually, it's the research period we want to show the time variation of the local e-commerce. So we use the data as long as we can. So there are several data sets. We just can't match them together. So it's kind of data limitation. It's a first. It's an answer to your first question. And the second one, I think your main point is about the measurement mechanism analysis of our research. Actually, we did a bit, but probably we didn't make it very clear, because when we do it, actually it looks like the heterogeneity analysis. We did the mechanism analysis based on different provinces. Because different provinces have different data set. For example, Zhejiang has better statistical data, and then we can do more analysis about the mechanism. But for other two main provinces, actually, the data is quite limited. But the good thing is we use the lifetime night to indicate the economic development. So we tried our best to make it clear, but I think according to your comments, we didn't do it enough. So thank you very much for those two comments. I think these two are very important to us. We will improve more on these two parts, especially on the description. Did I miss your any other questions?
Dr. Cao, did Professor Liu address all your questions, comments? Dr. Cao,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think some limitations of data is an important problem. Thank you for your answering.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we got 2 more minutes for the questions, for the Q&A time. Any question from the audience, from the floor? I just have a very basic question. Can you give us, Professor Liu or Dr. Gao Jin, can you give me a simple example of a local policy? Like, what would be a local policy look like?
It's a good question and also very detailed. For example, some local governments at the county level, they would promote, they would invest some money in improving the logistic facilities. Yeah, but it's quite different because it depends on the local finance condition. So that's why we only use the number of the documents, the policies, because it's very different. And also, Dr. Cao mentioned something very important. It's like probably the intensity or the level of the policies are different. And actually, it's quite difficult. It's the first time we try to combine the data of statistic data and the data based on Python. So it's kind of a lot of ways to make to get those data. We only can make it like a quantitative measurement, but the quantity is probably is for our next work. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, got 1 more minute left. Any new question? Okay, this brings us to the end of the session. And to wrap up, I would like to thank all the presenters for their very good presentations and all the discussants for their insightful comments, which I'm sure will help the authors of the papers presented to improve the paper. I myself have learned a lot from the presentations and the discussions. Thank you. See you next time. Have a good day in Tokyo.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you back to this afternoon session of our conference. And today's moderator is Professor Bhagirath Bera. Professor Bera, thank you very much for accepting our request to chair these sessions. I greatly appreciate, and I had an honor to work with you, and thank you so much for supporting our conference. So before I hand over the floor to Professor Bera, I would like to introduce Professor Bera. Professor Bhagirath Bera works as a professor of environmental and resource economics in the Department of Humanities and Social Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. I think most of you know the Indian Institute of Technology is one of the most renowned institute in India. He has more than 20 years of research and teaching experience in the area of environmental and natural resource economics, specifically on the issue of sustainable use and management of natural resource and climate and their economic and livelihood implications on local people in the context of India and South Asian countries. In addition, he has a deep interest in the issue relating to rural development, sustainable agriculture practices, and smallholder farmer livelihood. With this, I would like to hand over the floor to Professor Bera. Professor Bera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Dil, for your generous introduction. And so I'm happy to be here. And I welcome all the participants, both panelists as well as attendees to these sessions. And we have very interesting presentations lined up in this session. And so the rule is, of course, just to repeat again, that the presenter will get 15 minutes, 15 minutes, and then followed by the discussant, who will also get 10 minutes to present their paper, and followed by we will have 5 minutes for discussion. And so I would like to urge all the presenters to stick to time so that everybody has equal time to present their work. And so I hope that these sessions will generate interesting discussion, and also there will be a lot of learning for both the participants as well as the presenters as well. And so with this, I would like to invite Professor Martha Fernandez Olmos, and yeah, here she is, and she's from the University of Zaragoza, and Professor Olmos has in fact received her degree of PhD from the University of Zaragoza, Spain, and she is currently the Associate Professor of Business Organizations at the University of Zaragoza, and research interests are innovation, family size, and internationalizations of SMEs. The authors basically belongs to the Compete Research Group of the University of Zaragoza, and she has published in Technovations, Journal of Technology Transfer, Applied Economics Perspective and Policy, and Food Policy, and British Food Journal, among other journals as well. And with this, I welcome Professor Olmos to present her work on linking wine farmers to international market. Is direct export better than indirect export? The floor is yours, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to share the screen, the presentation.
Yes.
Good. Ay, por Dios. Ay, my God. What is the... Sorry. Ay, ay, my God. Ay, sorry. Es que I'm very nervous. A ver.
Professor Martha, I think you can go down in the screen. There is share screen.
Okay.
Share.
Now, can you see my screen?
No, Professor, not yet. Why don't you go down to the share screen? Click share screen.
Yes, I go.
And then click share. Otherwise, we can share for you, Professor, from here. It's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I request my
I'm
colleague
very
to.
nervous. Sorry.
No worries, Professor. We'll share from our
I
side.
think we have the backup, so we can.
Okay. Archivos. Sorry, es que I shared the another day. I don't know. 1 second, please. A ver, come on. A ver. I know. Sorry. Now?
Yeah, now it's
Yes.
Here is the screen.
It's coming.
Okay.
Yes.
Now
Great.
So,
it's okay.
Professor Martha, you need
Yes.
to tell next screen so that we can move to the next screen.
Okay. Okay, I begin. Good morning, and sorry for the disturbance. Well, but I cannot. Okay, you step the screen.
Yes, you can see the screen on your
Yes,
computer,
yes.
and you need to
Okay.
tell us when to move to the next.
Okay, move. Well, good afternoon. I'm going to present the paper. Okay, this is the index of the paper. Move. Export channel choice is critical to successful export, as most are the agents of both opportunity identification and market response. Direct and indirect exports are two important channels that help link farmers to international markets. Direct export means that farmers choose to sell their products directly to customers and agents in another country, while indirect export means that farmers sell their products to domestic third-party intermediaries who choose to resell those products to international markets. In comparison to direct export, indirect export involves a lower control power over foreign channels, but it requires fewer research commitments. Some studies have explored the factors that influence farmers' decision of choosing export channels and estimate the impact of export channel choice on export performance. Move. While these studies provide valuable insights about export channel choice and its effect on farmers' export performance, they fail to account for selection bias issues associated with export channel choice. Failure to address the selection bias issue would generate bias estimates. The primary objective of this study is thus to examine how export channel choice affects the export performance of wine farmers in Spain. Move. We contribute to the literature on wine exportation by employing an inverse probability weight regression adjustment IPRRA estimator to address the selection bias inherent in export channel choice. This study captures the wine farm export performance using 4 objective indicators: export price, export volumes, export value, and export diversity, and 1 subjective indicator, export satisfaction, enriching our understanding of the effects of export channel choice. This is different from previous studies that have only used subjective measures to measure export performance. This study estimates survey data collected from 479 exporting wine farmers in Spain. Spain provides an appealing context to understand the relationship between export channel choice and wine farm export performance for 2 reasons. First, Spain is the world's second largest exporter of wine in volumes and the third in export values in 2021. Second, domestic wine consumption in Spain has reduced in recent decades. Because of this, wine farmers had to make great efforts to export wines to international markets and seek profit maximization there. The following. At least 5 different perspectives can be proposed to analyze how farmers choose between direct and indirect exporting. The following, please. From the perspective of transition cost economies, wine characteristics can determine the optimal choice of export channel. Move. From the resource-based view, the resource and capabilities of the farmer influence the ability and willingness to invest resources required to export directly. Move. Based on it, farmers with great size are expected to engage in direct exporting. Move. The knowledge-based view posits that since exporting farmers are restricted in their experiential capabilities to perform all operations in different markets by themselves, their decision to export directly is influenced by the resources and capabilities of the international experience. In our study, a social network variable that identifies whether other farmers situated in geographic proximity use direct exporting is used as a control variable. The justification of the social network variable is supported by agglomeration externalities on export behavior. Finally, the entrepreneurship literature embodies the decision making practice and process that farmers use to enact an export channel choice and represents the willingness to take risks involved in the exporting business. When farmers make the decision alone, their willingness to venture into the unknown and make investments into projects that have uncertain outcomes, such as exporting directly, would be greater than farmers engaged in coordinated decision-making process with others, because probably the risk-taking propensity of each farmer will be different. Okay, the following. Previous literature implicit assumes that there is not single best performing export channel because otherwise all the farmers always choose the channel. Thus, we don't expect a direct link between the export channel and export performance. There are several dominant perspectives to study the performance implications of export channel choice. We theorize and test the idea that value-generating benefits derived from choosing a channel export mode are contingent on transaction cost, resource, knowledge, network, and entrepreneurship considerations, and therefore export channel choice will vary. Well, the impact of export channel choice on the wine farm export performance can be estimated by the average treatment effect on the treatment. The following, please. Okay. We choose to employ the IPRRA model to estimate the impact of export channel choice on wine farm export performance. Econometrically, this estimator estimates 3 steps to calculate the treatment effect. The following. First, the estimator computes the inverse probability weights by estimating the parameters of the treatment equation. To obtain the treatment equation, we model wine farmers' decision to choose direct export as a random utility function. It can be estimated by a Probit model. Second, the following, this estimator fits weight regression models of the outcome for each treatment level using the estimate IP double and obtain the treatment-specific predictive outcome for each subject. To facilitate our analysis, we assume that the outcome model has the following specification. The following. We employ linear regression to estimate the alpha and beta underscore 0 and 1 using inverse probability weight least square as follows in the screen. Third, this estimator calculates the ATTs by computing the means of the treatment-specific predicted outcomes and restricting the computations of the means of the subset of treated subjects. Well, for robustness check, we also estimate the treatment effects of export channel choice on wine farm export performance using the augment inverse probability weight estimate. The reason is because it has a double robust property. The data used in this study were collected from Spanish wine farmers protected by destination of origin. Because most of the export of Spanish wine belong to destination of origin, it is an appropriate context to study the role of export channel choice in export performance. To collect the data, an online questionnaire was sent by email. The total sample size was 688 wine farmers, corresponding to 68 destination of origins. Previous study, the following, in economics literature, have used a lot of different measures of export performance, which is a reflection of the difficulties in measuring this variable. In the following screens, I saw the measures used in this study. You can saw the measures, this one, the following one. I saw the measures and I'm going to focus on the results, okay? They are the control variables. We select them by drawing upon the existing literature on sport channel choice. Well, this table presents the definitions and the descriptive statistics of the selected variable. And now I'm going to present the result. The following. Well, the table 2 presents the results of the treatment model, which are estimated by using a probit model. The empirical results provide insights into the factors that influence farmers' decision to export directly or via intermediaries. The results show that when differentiation, the absence of sponsorship and/or human resources, the attendance to international fairs, the presence of neighbors with direct export and farmers taking decisions individually are important factors that drive them to choose export on their own without intermediaries. You can, okay? Now, the following table presents the results for the treatment effect of export channel choice on wine farm export performance. The results show that the export price received by the direct exporters is significantly lower than the same received by the indirect export. We explain the findings based on transaction costs and on asymmetric information about wine quality. On the one hand, the export price can be lower in direct export channel because wine is supplied directly by farmers and there is not intermediation cost in the transaction process. On the other hand, wine is a highly differentiated product, partly due to the complexity of its production process. It means that wine market is characterized by information asymmetries, in which price is enabled to convey the information that the supply and demand size require to convert in exchange. Although a geographic indication, such as denomination of origin, play an important role in signaling quality, there are so many different denominations that it's difficult for the average consumer to know wine characteristics at the time of the purchase. In this scenario of lemons market of Akerlof, intermediaries can have a vital role in international marketing of wine shaping foreign consumers' perception of wine alternatives. And there are no significant difference in export volumes, export value, export diversity, and export satisfaction between direct and indirect exporters. This last finding can be partly explained with the cost of intermediation. Well, and finally, conclusions. The literature on export channels recognizes that both export channels, direct and indirect, can serve as essential channels that help farmers to operate international markets. However, there is not evidence to verify whether direct exporting helps improve export performance more than indirect export. The results of this paper show that indirect export significantly contributes to improve in-price export performance in Spain. These results offer several additional implications for managers and policymakers. First, this finding highlights the importance of the regulatory councils of the denomination of origins in promotion and advertising to attract the consumer and for commercial prestige in international markets. This provides managerial implications for guiding farmers to use intermediaries offered by regulatory councils. On balance, this paper sheds some light on how farmers make export channel decisions and their relationship with export performance. Thank you very much, and sorry for the disturbance.
Thank you, Professor Almos. I think you are spot on time management, and despite the difficulties, you could manage to stick to your time. I now invite the discussant for this paper, Professor Zhangyu Zheng. And Professor Zhangyu Zheng is currently an associate professor at the College of Economics and Management, Huashan Agricultural University, China. He has obtained his PhD degree in agricultural economics through joint education program between Guangzhou Agricultural University in China and Lincoln University in New Zealand. He works in the field of agricultural economics and development economics with a focus on topics such as agricultural productivity, efficiency, information, technology adoption, rural welfare, farmer subjective well-being. Dr. Zhang have published papers on journals such as Food Policy, Australian Journal of Agriculture and Research Economics, Canadian Journal of Agricultural Economics, and Applied Economics. Over to you, Dr. Zhang. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your introduction. So can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So thank you. Thanks for your excellent presentation. And I really enjoy reading your manuscript. And I have some several comments and suggestions, and I hope they will be useful for you to improve this manuscript. So first, I would like to emphasize some highlights of your paper. So first, the objective of this study is to examine the impact of export channel choices on export farm performance, and the results found that the direct export is better than indirect export. And there are two main contributions, I think. First is this study employed the APWI estimator to address the self-selection bias, and another is 5 indicators are included in this study. Actually, we really focus on 1 or 2 aspects of the export, but here 5 indicators of export are included, which enriches our understanding on the relationship between the export channel and export performance. And then is some comments and suggestions. Well, first is actually when I read this manuscript, I don't know the study background. For example, we should include the Spain or the export performance, because is direct export better than indirect export? So how to define the better? After reading, I know that you are discussing the better export performance. However, it is better to include it or clear pointed out in the title. And the second is how to understand wine farmers. Well, because I have no background related to the wine production or the wine industry in green. I wonder, so it is a farm or it's a company? Because I think it is different from the crop production, right? You should to collect grape and then how to produce the wine. So I mean, we should define it clear in the title. And then move to the introduction section. Well, currently the discussions in the introduction section is clear, I think. 2 potential limitations. First is the motivation. Well, in the manuscript, you said that failure to address the selection bias issue would generate biased estimates, and then this discussion motivates us to conduct this study. But my question is, well, already the previous studies did not address the bias well. However, they already provide some evidence on the relationship between export channels and export performance. So I think we should identify a more significant research gap to motivate us to conduct this research. And second is the contributions. Well, the first the contribution is employee PWI estimator to address the selection bias issue. But as we know that the PWI also has some potential limitations. so it is better to point it out. Currently, I did not see a systematic literature review on the relationship between export channel choice and export performance. So if possible, I suggest add a literature review section, and then move to section 2, conceptual framework. Actually, I'm quite confused because here 5 theories or economic backgrounds are discussed. So my question is, so which one suits this study best, or which one could explain the relationship between export channels and export performance? And because this is the key of this study, so we should explain more about the relationship between indirect or direct export on export performance. So the section 2.1, the determinants of export channel choices should be removed, and also the figure 1 should be updated, because now we have no idea about the relationship between export channel choice and export performance. Here, a lot of factors are listed here. So the figure 1 should be updated. And then is the methodology section. Well, here I'm wondering, did all wine farmers participate in the export market? Because the IPWIA can be used for both binary choices or multiple choices. But for me, I think as wine farmers, I can participate in the export market, or I did not participate in the market. So for me, there might be 3 choices, right? No export, direct export, or indirect export. But here, it seems that all wine farmers in this study have to participate in the export market, because they only have 2 choices. One is direct and another is indirect export. The application of the IPWIA asymmetry relies on 2 assumptions. So one is for the conditional independence assumption, and another is overlap assumption. But currently, these 2 assumptions are missed in this section. And for the robustness check, well, actually, the AIPW estimator could estimate ATE only. It cannot estimate the ATT. But currently, in table A1, the ATT is listed. I think it should be corrected. Well, there is the data source and variable measurement. So the first is the criteria for select only 10% of the population. Well, I don't know whether it's bigger enough to represent the total samples here. Another question is, well, if farmers sell their wines to indirect exporters, so how do they know that the final export information? I mean, if I sell wines to indirect exporter and the indirect exporter sells it worldwide, so how do we know that the final export information, for example, the price, volume, and value, in terms of the variable definition, well, currently the export price is defined as a dummy variable. Actually, I think usually we should define it as a continuous variable to better reflect the high or low price instead of a binary variable. Otherwise, if it is measured as a dummy variable, it means that we need to find a criteria. But the question is why, for example, the 36 euros per bottle is selected as the criteria. For the results and discussion section, I have no more questions because I think it is quite clear. So that's all my comments and suggestions for this manuscript. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you, Professor Jeng, for your very comprehensive comments. So participants, if you have any other questions, please Q&A box, you please keep typing. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask Professor Olmos to, if she can, if you can respond to some of the comments.
Okay.
And, yes.
I'm going to answer. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your useful comments. I'm sure they're very interesting for improving the paper. Well, we will include the terms Spain and sport performance in the title, as you suggest. Well, regarding the definition of wine farmers, we took the population that the regulatory councils gave us. They are wine farmers, but with a minimum of production. We will explain better in the following version of the paper. We will try to motivate better the selection bias in the paper. We are conscious that the IPRRA estimator has disadvantage, and following your suggestion, we will do a systematic literature to explain better the advantage and the disadvantage of this estimator and look whether we can find another better. Regarding the question about which theoretical perspective is best, it's difficult to answer because we explain in the paper that all of them are useful for our objective. For this reason, we specify in the writing that we don't have only one perspective. We don't have one single specified theoretical framework of export channel choice, and I don't dare to say which is the best one, because I think all of them are useful because the variables are significant. Well, we will remove the section 2.1, and we will try to explain the impact of direct export as you suggest. Well, regarding the free options that you explained for the model, not only two, you suggested to take free, no export, direct export, and indirect export. Is okay? Yes, we could think about it. The problem that I see is that when you consider not export, some wine farmers don't want to export, and others want export, but they can not. So perhaps we will have to consider 4 options, because I think it's different that if you want or if you don't want to export, although you don't export anyway. Well, the 10% of the population of the sample, because we wanted the representation of the whole database of Spain. So when we did the survey, we have a big population, more than 3,000, so we had to choose. And we reviewed some papers related to the literature. And we thought that 10% is a good percentage in comparison with other papers related in this topic for the sample. And it is 10% in each denomination of origin. We have the 10% of the data for each denomination of origin. And well, regarding the continuous variable of the price, why we put a dummy variable for the price and not a continuous variable? When we ask for the information to the wine farmers, it is easier to obtain the answers when they have the information with dummy variable than with a continuous variable. So we try to facilitate the answer, because if they have to think the price, it is more difficult to obtain the answer than if you say better or lower than this price. In marketing, they recommend to put dummy variables to facilitate the answer when you ask for price, because the price is a bit delicate question. Well, I don't know whether I have answered your questions or I have copied, but I don't know whether I have not answered any question of you. Is it okay?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Almos. I think we are almost done with the time, and it was really interesting paper and also great discussions by Professor Zhang. I think there are, of course, I have a couple of more interesting questions which I wanted to ask. I think I liked your conceptual framework where you used some of the institutional concept like transaction cost economics, externalities, and although I had some questions, but I think because of the paucity of time, I would leave it here. And so thank you so much, Professor Olson and Professor Zhang, for your participations. And then we will move to the next presentation. Thank you. I now invite our second presenter, Professor Jungpeng Li, and he is going to present on market participation and subjective well-being of maize farmers in China. Professor Li specializes in agricultural economics with a focus on agricultural infrastructure, rural environment management, rural information, and rural development. And his research output have covered a wide range of topics such as agricultural labor supply, water use efficiency, food production, livelihood diversity, rural energy poverty, farmers' subjective well-being, financial inclusion, ICT's adoption, and the China toilet revolution. And so he has been regularly invited to review articles for several international journals such as Review of Development Economics, China Agricultural Economics Review, and Applied Economics. And so he has tremendously contributed to the literature that he is working on currently. I now invite Dr. Li. So Dr. Li, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bahara. I start to share my screen. And can you see my slide? Oh, sorry. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jingpeng Li from Huayin Normal University, Huai'an City, China. It's a pleasure for me to present our new research entitled Market Participation and Subjective Well-being of Maize Farmers in China, co-authored by Wang Linma and Binlei Gong. As we all know, participation in market transaction has been widely recognized as an important strategy to improve farmers' input use efficiency, output, supply, food security, nutrition intake, and rural income growth. Undoubtedly, farmer market participation enabled to promote rural development in the developing world. Meanwhile, market participation can directly benefit people's economic welfare, and economic welfare is directly linked to people's subjective well-being improvement. Logically, market participation could be associated with people's subjective well-being. However, the literature on this topic remains very thin, and our study tried to investigate the association between market participation and farmer supply well-being. Our study chooses China as the interesting case study for two main reasons. First, the market is playing an increasingly important role in boosting rural development in China. However, the commercialization of maize, the most primary cereal crop in China in terms of production and planting areas, currently remains in the bud. And the second, China is heading toward building a harmonious countryside and listing farmers' subject well-being improvement as a primary task in this process. And as a matter of fact, farmer subject well-being in China still lag behind that of urban residents. And as we all know, there exists a significant subject well-being gap between rural and urban residents in China. Therefore, it's critical for China to open more channels to improve farmers' subject well-being. And accordingly, this study investigates the impact of market participation on subject well-being using the case of maize farmers in China. Our study contributes to the literature in multiple aspects. First, we count for the sales ratio and sales frequency, two indicators for market participation intensity, and estimate their impact on subjective well-being for additional understanding. Second, we consider confidence for the future as a new dimension of subjective well-being measurement, apart from the widely used happiness and life satisfaction. Third, we consider two-income variables and explore how they mediate the relationship between farmers' market participation and their subject well-being. The fourth, we go further and look at how market participation affects the subject well-being of farmers regarding different household income, third house, and natural disaster experiences. And lastly, we explore whether market participation affects farmers' objective well-being proxed by milk, meat, and healthcare product consumption. Market participation is a typical voluntary behavior determined by farmers' observed and unobserved factors such as age, gender, education, motivation, and ambition. This indicates that market participation, the primary explanatory variable of our study, is associated with observed and unobserved endogenities. It's necessary to address such endogeneity issues if we want to obtain rigorous estimates. Compared with the PSM, RPWRA, and the ESR approaches, the conditional mixed process model can not only account for observed and unobserved endogeneity, but also estimates the direct impact of market participation on farmer subject well-being. Therefore, we choose a simple model as our primary empirical strategy. The simple model used in our study can be specified by the following two equations. The first equation describes farmers' market participation using a problem model. The second equation estimates the impact of market participation on farmer subject well-being by regressing ordered probability model. This study synthesizes the public online marketing willingness variable representing the ratio of farmers who is willing to sell their agricultural products online in the same county, excluding the response to be the R-way. The R-way is regarded valid for two main reasons. First, people's actions can be largely predicted by their behavioral willingness. Put another way, if you want to be, you will be. Second, the theory of peer effect suggests people's willingness and behavior tend to be influenced by their friends, neighbors, and other villagers. Therefore, farmers residing in a county with a high ratio of farmers who is willing to sell their own agricultural products online, are more likely to participate in agricultural market. And accordingly, our selected RV could be theoretical valid to statistically confirm the validity of our selected RV. We follow previous and conduct falsification test. The result in table 1 suggests that our selected RV is positively and significantly correlated with our key explanatory variables and but uncorrelated with dependent variables. Therefore, our selected RV is valid and reliable. The data used in our study is from the 2020 China Rural Revitalization Survey conducted by the Rural Development Institute, Chinese Academy of Social Science. Of the data cleaning, a data set comprising 980 rural households cultivating maize analyzed in our study. We use 3 categorical variables to measure farmer subject well-being, including happiness, life satisfaction, the confidence for the future. Specifically, we use a 5-point Likert scale to measure these 3 indicators. For instance, we measure happiness from 1 equals very unhappy to 5 very happy. The result derived from the CF model illustrated in table 2, as can be seen, market participation exert a positive and significant impact on happiness, life satisfaction, and confidence for the future, suggesting that market participation possesses the potential.
Are you moving your slide, Professor Lee? Is your slide moving your slide?
Okay.
Your slide is stuck in empirical strategy.
It works now.
It's not moving in slide. In my case, it is not moving. What about others?
Okay.
Are you able to? Yeah.
Can I share it again?
Yes. Now it is moving.
Okay. Let me
Yes.
share
Now it has come.
again.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
It's moving.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The result in table 2 suggests that market participation possesses the power to improve farmers, amidst farmers' subject well-being. Some other interesting findings stand out from table 2.
Your
For instance,
slide again is disappeared.
okay, can you see it now?
Maybe can show it again, share it again.
Okay, okay. I'm sliding it. Can you see it?
No, I think you can just, once again, you can try and share it.
Okay. So, okay. Does it work now?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Could someone help me to share my?
Yes, from ADBI, please someone share
okay.
his slides.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I have stopped my sharing, and someone could share my slides for me.
Jungpen, you could continue explaining while we are sharing the screen from this side.
Exactly. Yes, you can continue your discussion. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. Okay, let us focus on our result in table 2. I have discussed the result of the coefficient of market participation. Let's then move to the result of ethnic minority. As can be seen, the variable for ethnic minority exert a negative and significant impact on market participation, and it exerts a positive and significant impact on happiness and confidence for the future. This result are understandable because the majority of ethnic minorities in China usually located in remote areas where the agriculture market are undeveloped. Meanwhile, China has issued several policies to support the life of the ethnic minority to improve their life quality, employment and education, and all of this could contribute to their subjective well-being improvement. And meanwhile, the variable for health exert a positive and significant impact on the three indicators for subjective well-being. These results are consistent with previous studies. Health status can isolate farmers from heavy medical burden on the one hand, and on the other hand, it enables farmers to obtain high salary jobs. All of this could enable farmers to consume diversifying items and leverage their social status and thus improve their social subject well-being. We also use a generalized structural equation model to estimate the indirect effects of mixed income and other crop income to investigate the channels through which market participation influences subject well-being. The resulting table 3 suggests that the indirect effects of mixed income and the total indirect effect of mixed income and other crop income are positive and significant, suggesting that the association between market participation and subject well-being is positively mediated by mixed income. Table 4 presents this estimate of this aggregated analysis of market participation impact on subject well-being by income totals and the nature disaster experiences. As can be seen, market participation benefits medium and high income farmers more in their happiness and life satisfaction, and it helps light the confidence for the future only for the low income farmers. And for the nature disaster, okay. Yeah. And the nature disaster for the nature disaster experiences, market participation can help mitigate the subject well-being gap in terms of life satisfaction and confidence for the future induced by nature disasters, and it cannot do the
Okay, I think we have lost contact, I guess. Yes, thank you.
If we have lost the contact, we could go with the discussions and then
Yes.
later.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Professor Lee. And I.
Sorry, Professor Behara, my internet connection is unstable. So
yeah, sure.
We can just move to the discussion.
Yes, sure. Now, yes.
Sorry
Yes,
for
thank
that.
you, Professor Lee, for your wonderful presentation. I now invite Professor Xinru Han to present his discussions on the paper. Professor Xinru Han is Associate Professor in the Institute of Agricultural Economics and Development, Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the Center for Strategic Studies, and he received the PhD degree in International Economics from China Agricultural University. Currently, his research focuses on food demand, China's food security, and the partial equilibrium model. And with these introductions, I invite Professor Han to make presentations. The floor is yours, Professor Han.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, it's already it's
All right. I think you can continue with presentations. I think.
okay. Oh, sorry, it just stopped.
Yes.
Will reshare my screen.
Yes.
And okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sorry that I haven't fully recovered from pneumonia yet, so there might be some coughing when I make comments. It's an honor for me to be discussant of Dr. Lee's paper, market participation and subjective well-being of maize farmers in China. My name is Xinru Han, and I'm from the Institute of Agricultural Economics and Development, Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Firstly, I summarize the paper. This paper discusses the impact of farmers' market participation on farmers' subjective well-being. And this paper tries to answer three questions. The first question is, what is the market participation, and what is the subjective well-being? And the third question is, what's the linkage between the market participation and the farmers' subjective well-being? This paper uses three methods to define market participation. The first one is whether a farm participates in the market. It's a dummy variable. And the second method is to calculate the ratio of the quantity of maize sold to the total maize output. Sorry. And the third method uses the sales of frequency of maize in 2020. And this paper uses happiness, life satisfaction, and the confidence for the future to define farmers' subjective well-being. This paper finds that the maize farmers' market participation significantly and positively improves their subjective well-being. The channel through which the market participation may increase farmers' subjective well-being is maize income. So here are the following are my comments. This paper conducts a very important issue on market participation under the background of China's rapid transition from traditional agriculture to modern agriculture. And this paper is also well designed and has very important policy implications to increase farmers' well-being. However, I have identified four major issues that may need to be addressed. The first one is the measurement error. This paper uses the ratio of the quantity of maize sold to total maize output, the red block, to be one of the three measurements of market participation. However, maize also main feed for farmers to produce livestock products. For example, in northeast China, many farmers feed their pigs or cows using the maize they produce. They also participate in the market by selling livestock products. Therefore, this paper may underestimate the degree of the market participation. Also, maize income cannot fully represent maize income and the income from other crops cannot fully represent the agricultural income of a farm, such as livestock income from livestock products. So I suggest the authors reconsider the measurement of market participation. This is the first measurement error. Furthermore, there's another measurement issue. In Northeast China or North China, many farms won't sell their maize until the Chinese New Year, which is the January or February the next year. Thus, maize production and sales are cross-year activities. Since the paper uses cross-section data, the data may either not observe the sales or observe the sales of the previous year. So it can also bring measurement error, which leads to the heterogeneity problem. The second major issue is missing key variables, such as market environment. Sorry. The market environment has been proven to be a key control variable of market participation. And the third major issue is the usage of proxy variables of objective well-being. Why does this paper use milk, meat, and healthcare product consumption as the proxies of objective well-being? I think Dr. Li may explain the reason why they use the proxies. And the fourth major issue is the contribution of this paper. Are there really 5 contributions? I think it's some of the contributions, such as the first or the second, are not really contributions. This paper lists the contents of the existing literature, but lacks of summary, lacks of the summary of the shortcomings of the existing literature. So I suggest that Dr. Li may carefully conclude the shortcomings of the existing literature and rewrite the contribution part. And the following are some detailed minor issues. In the introduction part, I suggest the authors to supplement the literature review with subjective well-being and the methodologies. And in the background part, there is a logical confusion in the first paragraph. And as we know, off-farm work is also an important channel for market participation that affects the well-being of farmers, as the market participation can alter the allocation of labor time. So I suggest the author use off-farm work or off-farm income off-farm income as another channel. In the analytical framework and empirical approach part, the reasons for using public online marketing willingness as the instrumental variable are poorly argued. So why use this variable? Why use MW as the IV? I think maybe Dr. Li can give more reason. And in the conclusions and the policy implications, are suggested to be more refined and precise. Some of the policy implications is just common sense. I can write the policy those policy implications without doing your research. So I think it might be more refined and precise. And finally, as a Chinese, I can understand the author's impression in the paper, but I wonder if an international reader can read it, because some sentences are too long to be understood. So the above is my comments provided for the author's reference. If there are any inaccuracies, please kindly understand. Thank you.
Thank you,
Professor
Professor Han.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Professor Han. Despite your health difficulties, you could able to present. This is something great, and I appreciate, and I hope you get well soon. And
thank you.
Now I would like to again go back to Professor Lee, if you can respond some of his comments, and that would be, I think, then followed by we'll have a discussions. So in the meanwhile, I would ask other participants kindly please put your questions in the Q&A box below. Yeah,
Okay.
Professor Lee, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bihara, and thank you, Professor Han. And your suggestion and comment are very great. Due to the time is very limited, I would like to answer one question one of your concerns about the validity of the RV. The reason, as I mentioned in my presentation, the reason we choose to use the farmers' willingness to sell their agriculture online is two. The first one of them is people's action can be predicted by their willingness. That is, if you want to do something, then there's a high probability you will do it in the future. And the second reason is people's action and behavior may be influenced by their neighbors, relatives, and other villagers. So a farmer residing in a county with a high ratio of farmers who are willing to sell their agriculture online are more likely to participate in agriculture markets. So I think these two reasons can enable the RV be theoretical valid, and that's all.
All right, thank you, Professor Lee. And now we have some time is left, I think 3-4 minutes. And so any questions, please put in Q&A. In the meanwhile, I have a couple of observations that I would like to share with you, Professor Lee. I think the subjective well-being and market participation, especially for agricultural communities, is very interesting topic. And so I basically, conceptually, I understand that the subjective well-being and physical well-being, I mean, you are separating them differently, and that's the reason why you are taking happiness, life satisfactions, and all. The one question that comes to my mind is that, that the subjective well-being like happiness or life satisfactions not only depend on how much agriculture you produce and how much you sell and so on and so forth, but also it depends on your good relationship with your, good relationship, good relations, good community, environment, law and order situations. There are other factors. How do you separate these factors in your econometric model? Yeah, if you can respond.
Farmers well-being will be influenced by multiple factors. For instance, we have controlled education, gender. There are some significant and important factors we have not controlled them because the data set from the CRS does not provide the direct information to measure it. So we use the method namely CMP model to address the indigeneity induced by missing variables.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Any other questions from participants? And the other questions basically in terms of I had in my mind is that, of course, I have a little less idea about the agriculture market in China. While I was going through your presentations, it struck to my mind is that I mean, the people's participations in agriculture depends on the the people's participation, especially farmers' participations in agriculture market depends on the surplus they generate, right? How about the smallholders and all? How do they participate, and what? I mean, this can be a very general question, because since you are working on this, I thought that you may have some answer. Like, are the farmers, smallholders, marginal farmers are able to participate or able to generate surplus and so on and so forth? I mean, if you can highlight on that.
Sorry, could you pardon your question again?
My question is basically, I'm talking about the market participation by smallholder and marginal farmers.
Yeah, in our study, we just focus on the smallholders, farmers.
Yes, that's basically
because smallholder farmers in China is the majority group the farmers.
Yeah, I mean, because the smallholder and marginal farmers, generally we see that they both consume and produce. I mean, you see, they sell. The consumptions and selling takes place simultaneously. Also, of course, their participation in the market depends on the how much surplus they generate, right? So that is basically, again, my question is basically, to what, I mean, proportions of the products that they're able to sell in the market. I mean, that's basically my question.
Yes, sorry.
All right, fine.
Sorry, I didn't.
No problem, no problem. Thank you. So, any other questions from the audience? Okay. So, if there are no questions, we are also running out of time, and so I would like to thank both of you, Professor Lee and Professor Han, for your interesting discussions and for presentations. Now, let us move to the next presentation. So our next presentation is by Jingsheng Cao, and he's presenting on the topic, does e-commerce promote the price preventions premium for smallholder livestock products? Evidence from egg trading data from China's e-commerce platform. Okay. And so Professor Cao is is from the School of Economics at the Central University of Finance and Economics. He's majoring in world economy with research directions in industrial economics and agricultural economics. He has served as an assistant in research laboratory of the laying hen industry in China's modern agriculture industry technology system. He has studied international trade in agricultural products and foreign investment, participating in the completions of the analysis report on China's agricultural foreign investment cooperations and the Lancang Mekong River Agricultural Cooperation Development Report. He led the completions of on-site research on the laying hen industries in Jiangsu and Hubei province in China to understand the industry development situations and assist local enterprises in implementing regional public brand construction work. The case studies based on research that he has done has won awards in multiple academic forums, and he participated in writing policy reports related to agricultural economics and industrial economy. He has also published many papers in core journals such as the Journal of the Central University of Finance and Economics. With these introductions, I invite Professor Cao to please go ahead with the presentation. Thank you. Over to you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. If you can make it full screen, that would be great.
Okay. My moving is not normal?
Yes, moving is normal. Everything is fine. Please go ahead.
Okay.
And the experts and the professors, hello everyone, I'm Cao Jinsheng from the Central University of Finance and Economics in Beijing, China. It is a great honor to attend this academic conference. The title of the article revolves around one question. The question implies two backgrounds. First, the rise of e-commerce in China is reshaping the agri-food marketing currently. Second, focusing on smallholders, e-commerce provides smallholders with access to markets for their characteristic products. We connect these two aspects and draw the main idea of this article. We use egg trading data from major Chinese platform and examine the empowering effect of e-commerce on smallholder livestock marketing made with a focus on price premium. And next, I will take you to a detailed understanding of the research background. Due to the lack of effective ways to enter the consumer market, smallholders often struggle to obtain stable and satisfactory returns. Meantime, we can see the growth of income and time endowment. It enables consumers to explore the potential value attributes of agricultural products, especially for smallholder livestock products with obvious and rich value attributes. But there are currently difficulties in this market. There's no established quality certification system for smallholder livestock products, especially in developing countries, leading to a lack of product credibility. Consumers also have an insufficient understanding for some value attributes. At this point, the rise of e-commerce provides the inspiration for solving this problem. Let's try to explore from two aspects. On the one hand, e-commerce reduces the cost of information transmission. Producers can vividly and in detail show the feeding process and animal behavior to consumers through video display, which enhances consumer awareness and the perceived value of livestock products. For example, we can see the status of the laying hens shown in the video on the right, which are being welfare raised by farmers. On the other hand, the evaluation information in e-commerce is conducive to the formation of the reputation incentive mechanism in repeated game of online purchases, so that product quality information can be transmitted more effectively to consumers, which helps enhance consumer willingness to pay premiums. You can see in the bottom right corner the buyer reviews I have taken from egg products on Chinese e-commerce platforms. Therefore, we have identified the two major mechanisms of this article. The information display mechanism and the reputation incentive mechanisms, and whether they have provided smallholder livestock products with help or not. Therefore, we choose eggs as the research object of this article as a livestock product. There are several reasons for this. First, eggs are distinct from other animal products as they can be separated from the animals that produce them, making it easier to measure animal welfare characteristics during the laying hens feeding stage. Second, eggs are widely consumed. Third, smallholders can purchase eggs on a large scale with low investment compared to other livestock, which is conducive to exploring. Finally, online egg sales have grown rapidly, and the increase in safety and health awareness has drawn attention to the multiple attributes of eggs. Accordingly, eggs serves an ideal research object to investigate the impact of e-commerce on the consumption premiums of smallholder livestock products. Next, we will summarize the literature. First, consumers have a greater desire to purchase products with labels truly reflecting high-quality credence attributes, especially for animal welfare and environmental sustainability. Some literature focuses on consumer choices and behaviors on e-commerce platforms, and here we focus on the impact of unique information search, product display, and reputation incentive mechanisms of e-commerce on consumer willingness and behavior to purchase. In short, these studies have significant reference value for exploring the impact of e-commerce on agriculture for product consumption. However, few studies have combined e-commerce with livestock product consumption and systematically analyzed the impact of e-commerce on the consumption premium of smallholder livestock products. This also leads to the innovation of this article. Next, let's explore the entire research process and discuss the methodology of this study. The picture is the conceptual definition for the smallholder attribute of ag products. I won't go to the details of the argument. I just say we summarize the connotation of the smallholder attribute of eggs from these two perspectives. They mainly include the rural artificial free-range welfare production style, as well as a green organic environment that ensures egg quality. We have defined the smallholder attribute of egg so clearly for sake of the precision in data mining in the later stage. After all, network data is very complex, and we need to ensure that the selected smallholder eggs are true and accurate. Next is the theoretical derivation section, which will not be discussed in detail due to the time constraints. The entire derivation process can be presented by this diagram, which is also the core theoretical mechanism of this article. In the above section, consumers have a perception and a recognition for smallholders' eggs, which will form a willingness to pay a premium. And how is it achieved? By reflecting on the e-commerce platform that the product is attached to. What we see in the baby blue part is the nature and the characteristic on e-commerce platform. It has advantages that the offline market does not have. So it attracts so many smallholders to settle in. I just talk about the two mechanisms, the information display mechanism and the reputation incentive mechanism. They can affect the smallholder attribute. Thus, we form two research hypotheses. One is the smallholder attribute in egg products, which means that smallholder eggs achieve a premium. The second is that the implementation of the premium depends on the two major mechanisms we just mentioned, or the role of these two mechanisms. We adopt a hedonic price method as a specific empirical method. It is mainly due to the fact that the e-commerce platform scenario aligns with the basic assumptions of the hedonic price method. It can be seen that the e-commerce provides a big data B2C platform. It greatly reduces a lot of transaction costs between the supply and the demand, making online almost a perfect competition market. Our transaction data is obtained from Jingdong due to its authority and significant market share. We use egg as the keyword and crowd cleaned and screened using Python software, resulting in 10,151 transaction data. Finally, we will describe the variables and the data as follows. Unit price is our dependent variable that measures the premium payment level of the attribute. Smallholder attribute identifier represents the core independent variable. Based on the attribute definition we just provided, we extracted keywords such as free range, farmhouse, welfare, and green organic to more accurately describe the smallholder attribute of egg products. Behavior, video display, and additional praise ratio represent the two major mechanisms of e-commerce platforms and are also moderating variables. If there is a dynamic display of the feeding behavior of laying hens, it is recorded as 1. Additional praise ratio represents the proportion of positive reviews for this product to the total number of reviews. Here, we conducted a textual analysis of the number of product evaluations and found that the top few keywords with high frequency in the evaluation were closely surrounding the smallholder attribute. This indirectly indicates the high correlation between additional praise ratio variable and our core variable. From this, we have obtained the final regression models, which are the basic model and the model to verify the moderating effect. Let's take a look at the final estimate. In contrast to the non-smallholder attribute identifier, consumers are willing to pay more for smallholder attribute identified X. The coefficient is positive. This finding proves that consumers on e-commerce platforms are willing to pay additional premium for egg products produced by smallholders, which is consistent with hypothesis 1. Here are also some estimated results of control variables such as price reduction, activities, and geographic factors, which are not detailed due to the time constraints. So above all, what are the moderating effects of the two major mechanisms of information display and reputation incentives? Let's first take a description analysis. Figure 4 shows whether the unit price of eggs produced by smallholders is the same when these two mechanisms are present or not. It can be seen that when there is a video display, the premium of smallholder eggs is higher than that of non-smallholder eggs. When the consumer's evaluation reaches full score, the same result is also achieved. Of course, this is only a descriptive statistic, and we need to delve deeper into it. Through the mechanism regression result graph, we can see that the cross term between the core variable and the two major moderating variables is positive. And when the two major moderating variables are set to 0, the coefficient of the core variable is negative. This verifies that the moderating effect of information display and reputation incentive mechanism on the smallholder attribute is positive, and the effect is also significant. This validates hypothesis 2. We will further conduct robustic testing. First, empirical research must face endogeneity problems. Here, we choose the proportion of forest and grassland in country-level cities and regions in China, where eggs are produced as RV estimation of the core variable to deal with. We can see that the higher we can consider that the higher the regional proportion of the forest and grassland, the more concentrated the distribution of smallholders. Therefore, there's a correlation between the IV and the smallholder attribute identifier. The results show that with the intervention of the mechanism, the effect, the smallholder attribute becomes stronger and stronger. Furthermore, through sample-wise regression, we validate the analysis results of mechanism regression once again. We finally summarize the conclusion of this article. First, smallholders attribute as well as other product attributes has a positive impact on products premium. Second, the detailed display of animal behavior on e-commerce platforms deepens consuming perception of the welfare breeding model. An optimal rate of additional praise enables consumers to quickly and accurately judge product experience attributes and stimulates sellers to maintain the reputation. The research conclusion also provides profound management results for the marketing of smallholder livestock products. Firstly, we should improve the policy of certification for smallholder products as soon as possible. Secondly, since we see that the effectiveness of information display and the reputation incentives is so strong, platform managers should use them to promote marketing and establish a punishment system for information fraud. Finally, for smallholders, they should gradually develop modern management strategies and transition into intelligent agriculture. Thank you for listening. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I now invite Mr. Sok-Cheng Sin, the Director of Center for Policy Research in Agriculture and Rural Development, Cambodian Development Research Institute, Cambodia, to present the discussions on the paper. Mr. Sim Songcheng is currently the director and a research fellow in the Center for Policy Research in Agriculture and Rural Development of CDRI. He has joined CDRI since 2013 as a research associate. He has extensive experience on leading and managing various research projects and doing research on agriculture, economics development, program impact evaluations, participatory research survey with rural farmers. Mr. Sokcheng is a PhD candidate and hold a master's degree in economics, majoring in development economics from Kobe University, Japan. Current research highlights include research on promoting sustainable and inclusive agriculture development through public-private partnerships in agriculture, pesticide use practices in Cambodia's vegetable farming, implications of rice policy changes in Vietnam for Cambodia's rice policy and rice producers in southeastern Cambodia. With these introductions, I hand over the floor to Mr. Sim for the presentations. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ADBI, for inviting me to be the discussion on this very important international conference. I will go direct to the comments on the papers. The paper that just present on the e-commerce promotions on smallholder livestock. Mostly it's about age reductions. It is overall common for the papers. I think the paper is very interesting ideas that we look at how the e-commerce platforms, the display information can help smallholder not only on the price premium but also compete with the commercial farms. So this is very important to provide information for policymakers to support smallholder. I think it's very useful. It's also we can have this kind of similar study in Cambodia as well. And for the structure of the manuscript, I think it's very structured well and flow from the literature to method, and the finding is very good. I think the methodology from the theoretical and the regression model is very clear. The paper also provides clear theoretical framework that link to empirical analysis, and the paper also try to conduct another robot test to confirm the result of the data. I have a few comments on the paper. The issue is one on the age and livestock. So the paper mentioned a lot on the livestock, but actually the data itself focus only on age regression. So age and livestock is quite different. So the behavior or the decision to buy egg, because egg is quite cheap compared to other livestock products. So the decision may be different between the egg and the livestock. So maybe just keep using the word egg than to generalize into livestock. Another issue I found in the paper is on the smallholders. Since the data that we the paper conduct is not really about the smallholder, but the general idea is on the freeland or the nature feeding chicken age, and we compare it with the like more on the non-commercial egg products. So it quite unclear about this definition. And another issue on the using of the price in terms of dependent variables. because the data that get from the e-commerce JD.com is more on the transaction is like the seller already decide what to put the price, and then they put the display. So the price not actually reflects the decision of buyer, because it's not really the market, but the seller is the one who decide what price they put. So smallholder, because they think that there are products, their age is more on natural level, so it's take more time or more care to feed. So the cost is higher than the commercial one. So I'm not sure whether it reflects the reality. Another issue on the smallholder contribution. So the final conclusion, the first conclusion of the report said that the smallholder attribute also affected on the price premium, but actually it's not. If we look at the whole regression result, we found that smallholder attribution alone does not affect the price premium. So the paper should more clearly analyze the result before putting in the conclusion finding. A few minor issue is on the wording. I think the paper used a lot of compound words. I'm not sure. I'm not a native, but it's quite hard to understand. So I have read a lot, like more than 10 times to clearly understand the paper. And it seems like some words are directly translated from Chinese. So maybe you need to stand on the screen. So come to detail on the body. I will talk on the first literature. As I mentioned earlier, maybe you need to put more on the literature on smallholder age production in markets, because most of the literature is talking more general on the livestock and then e-commerce, but how's the smallholder farmers or the age production by smallholder, the natural ways, and what is the scale of market offline, maybe online, maybe useful to follow up. And for the method I mentioned, it's well linking. So, and I have a few issues on the data itself. So the data got most all from JD.com, because it mentioned that it's the largest one in China. I just follow the also because I don't know, but because the data don't have provided the size of the store, I'm not sure what they have, but if you look at the descriptive, they don't have that. And so they also don't have an identification of smallholder like the presentation mentioned. So the use of smallholder is defined as the product that have label putting like free range or something. I think they have a few words on that. So it's kind of very good idea to have a proxy, because the data you get is only have that information. So, but in terms of accuracy, whether it's really the freelance or smallholders, we don't know. That is the point, that the issue on the using of the freelance labor description in the product for the smallholder attribute. And a few other variables have not clear definition and calculations. For example, the rate ratio, I'm sure it's more on the score, but have not clearly mentioned how the number is generated. I mean that in the website it may have 5-star, 4-star, and then they get that number, but it's not clearly mentioned. So you need to mention that. For the estimation result, I have a few other points. First point on the descriptive statistic. I think you have one descriptive statistic, but what we want to see further on the difference between the smallholder attitude and the none ones. So if you can have that descriptive, we might have very clear idea how the difference between that two, like you show in the figure 4. It's quite useful, but maybe more information by that smallholder attribute would be very useful to see. Also, the price, I think what I mentioned in the issue also about the price. So because the price is already set by sellers, by buyer, whether decide to buy on that price, depend on whether it's reasonable, they convene it. So if you want to look further, I think you can look at further how much transaction from by one store, like if that store is defined as smallholders, how much amount of transaction that smallholder have been transacted or had successfully buy. So that would be interesting to look at. And the result on the regression, you have a few regressions. So the coefficient of the result is quite not consistent, especially on the value for the value video display variable and the price variable. Sometimes the video display variable is higher, sometimes the price variable is higher. So I'm not sure whether the regression is reliable or not, but this is what I can see. And also I have found one other issue on the smallholder attribute identity. So this one is the label that put on the descriptions. And there's another variable, a few other variables also, like labels on cultural sign or something. So
Yes, you have 1 minute left.
This sign would have been correlation with each other. I'm not sure, so maybe should. And a few other is on the negative explanation of the video display, like this one. So if you can see that video display is 0 points, it's more on 76% of the store have video display. So, and you have only 45 smallholder in the data. And if you can see that the video display is
Can you
negative.
please wrap up? Yes, could you please wrap up because already.
Yeah. So this mean that video display not really affect on the explanation that video display have to combine with other. Maybe display video have negative effect on the product itself, because the video on like commercial one might have generate negative effect on that. So the final on the suggestion, like
yes, all right. I think yes, this is. I think he can see it. I think. Sorry for the cutting off. I think that we are running out of time, and so thank you so much, Mr. Sim, for your detailed comments. Now I would like to invite Mr. Cow to respond to his comments briefly, maybe. Yeah. Hello.
Hello. First of all, thank you for your questions and suggestions. I will do some answers. Some of the questions have been answered in my PPT, and I may need to emphasize them again. According to X, my research object, there are some reasons for choosing it. First, eggs are distinct from other animal products as they can be separated from animals that produce them, making it easier to measure some attributes. Second, eggs are widely consumed. Third, smallholders can produce eggs on large scale with low investment. For smallholders, it is conducive to exploring accurate Finally, online egg sales have been rapidly and increase in safety and health awareness has drawn attention to the multiple attributes of eggs. Accordingly, eggs serves as an ideal research object to investigate. Next question. It is not clear about smallholder. Smallholder in the data. We consider the online environment. We choose the smallholder variable. It is important because this involves some systematic issues. Control variables are added to the subsequent mechanism tests. We can focus on when the first one doesn't join. Maybe I don't have enough time to respond to some minor issues.
Yes,
it can be further corrected later. Finally, thank you very much for your suggestion that the language needs to be optimized. If you have any question, you can also contact me via email. I believe this will make the article better.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prao, I think, for your detailed presentations and also the response to the comments. I think the comments were quite, good. I think you can take it, and revise it, the paper. And I have a quick question, but you may not have to answer it. But I was just wondering, since this e-commerce has become very popular in most of the developing countries, I'm sure there are plenty of studies that exist. And how did your result compare? I mean, compare with those studies? I mean, did you find very different results, or it is, different? So that, I think, if you want to wrap up in 1 minute, that is fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Fine. Now, so we end here. I thank both of you for your, wonderful presentations. And so we now move to our last presentations, and that is the presenter is Adrian Rodriguez, a PhD student from the University of Oviedo, Spain, and so he's presenting on analyzing market power of the agriculture industry in Asia. And Mr. Adrian, so over to you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. I will try now to share the screen.
Yes.
Are you able to see?
Yes. Yes. Please make it full screen.
Yes. Like this?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, my name is Adrian Rodriguez del Valle, and yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting us to talk about our paper at the conference. It's of course a great honor. And yeah, in this paper, we basically estimate market power of what we define as the primary foods industry, which is comprised of agriculture, hunting, fishing, and logging, of which, of course, agriculture is the biggest industry and most important economically and politically. So first question might arise is, why study market power? Why spend time on this? Why is this even of interest to think about? And right now there's a new wave of research that's undergoing, which was kickstarted by these two papers from the Looker 2018 and 2020. And these two papers basically introduced a new methodology to estimate the markup. And the markup is a proxy which is commonly used in the literature to describe market power. It is basically defined as the wedge between the selling price of the good or service being produced with respect to its marginal cost of production. And economic theory says that if this wedge is positive, then it is indicative under certain assumptions that the firms are exercising market power. They find, after applying this methodology, that market power has increased nearly continuously since the 1980s. And subsequent research has corroborated these results. The only caveat was in the 2007-2008 period, where there was a brief dip caused by the financial crisis. These results has caused a lot of some controversy, but has sparked a lot of interest among academia, but especially also among policymakers, because rising market power is connected to many negative economic developments, including, well, I have here a list which is partial, it is not exhaustive, but it is connected with, for example, decreasing labor share of income, decreasing investment rates, increasing technological innovations, particularly after a certain threshold of market power, and rising income inequality, caused partly also due to market power's ability, to the low-skilled workers receiving less income and high-skilled workers receiving more income. It goes without saying that higher market power is also connected to barriers within the market in which the firms are operating exercising the market power. Despite the economic and political significance, however, there are relatively few papers that exist that study this phenomenon in more depth. And in the papers listed here, these papers focus only on developed countries, such as region in Europe, as well as the United States. And they focus only on certain industries, such as the manufacturing and the service sectors. The reason for this is that there are severe data constraints. Because if these papers make use of firm-level data, and firm-level data is very difficult to obtain, particularly because you need to include most, if not all, firms in order to draw a convincing conclusion in the research paper. And the systems required in order to produce this is very costly and very difficult to maintain, which is why it only exists for developed countries. The next question might be, but what about poor countries? And particularly, what about the agriculture industry? Because, of course, the agriculture industry is key industry required for poor countries to escape poverty. A country cannot develop itself without developing first the agriculture industry. And market power might also potentially constrain economic development, because it might cause some very deep-seated structural rigidities because market power is also connected, at least in basic economic theory, with higher pricing with respect to an equilibrium, and also lower levels of output, which might also impact productivity. So the few papers that do focus on studying market power for in the agriculture industry, they either are forced to focus on studying certain segments within the value chain, or they're forced to focus on studying only developed countries where the data does exist. This paper, we propose to remedy this gap in the literature by using not micro-level data, but by using macro data. And we have two research objectives. The first research objective is to derive estimates of the markup, which is defined here formally. Mole markup for country I and time period T is equal to the selling price of the goods and services divided by lambda, which is the Lagrange multiplier, or in this case used as a proxy for the marginal cost of production. And we do this for 43 countries in Asia between the time periods 1995 and 2015. As a secondary research objective, we also measure the causal relationship between the global value chains, or the international fragmentation of the production process with the markup. As mentioned previously, in order to achieve this research objectives, we make use of aggregate data, and particularly we make use of input-output tables. So for those who do not know, here presently is shown an illustrative example of an input-output table. These tables were created by economist Wassily Leontiev, for which he received the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1973. The input-output tables a priori seem very easy, but they are surprisingly extremely deep. In front is an example, and it can be appreciated that it is comprised of several components, so it contains several components. In the middle, the element Z represent intermediate inputs and services, so services and goods that are used in part of the production process. Vector Y is a vector of final demand, and vectors L, W, and M represent value added. Summing across the rows and the columns yields the same vector, which is the total output. So as can be seen, this input-output tables is a system or a framework used to represent economic activity. In this case, this is a national input-output table, but many of these input-output tables may be connected with each other to form a world input-output table, which is the same that we use for this paper. We make use of the EORA input-output tables in order to feed the model of the data required to estimate the markup. And the EORA input-output tables contain information on countries for around 188 countries in the world. In order to study or estimate the markup, there are two steps required. Step number one requires the estimation of a production function. In this case, we follow the Luker 2018 approach and estimate a Cobb-Douglas production function. Step number two requires plugging in the results of the production function into this equation shown here at the right. The left equation, Y represents total output, big omega technology or productivity, and V is the variable inputs, K with the stocks of capital. The variable inputs is comprised of intermediate inputs and labor remunerations. Applying logarithms and then solving this using an econometric model, the coefficient is obtained for which represents both alpha and beta. We use alpha. In order to estimate this production function, we make use of a procedure based on generalized maximum entropy, such as the one we used in our previous paper published in 2023. And the noted advantage of using the generalized maximum entropy approach is that the coefficients are dynamic across time. Because if you estimate this using standard econometric models, the coefficient will be most likely static. As the elasticities are a proxy for technological innovations, this is a strong assumption to take, which is why the GME approach is used. For the second equation, the elasticity is then multiplied by the value of total output divided by the value of variable inputs, which is readily available from the input-output tables. The global value chain measures are calculated directly from the input-output tables, and there are two that are derived directly. So we make use of the methodology by Timmer et al. 2015 to calculate the share of value added, which is originating from abroad. This measure also takes into consideration value added from every stage of production, not only from the first or final stage of production, because the methodology makes use of the Leontief inverse matrix to add up value added across all stages, as mentioned. This measure is also a measure of backward linkages, which means it calculates the value added which originates abroad and ends in the industry being examined, making this measure completely exogenous to the markup for the econometrics technique used later. The second measure is the upstreamness measure, which is a measure of relative positioning of the value chain and counts the number of value added that is used in order, so it counts the number of times that the value is added before the inputs are reached the consumer, the output, sorry. And the methodology used is the one by Andras et al. 2012. Here are the results, and these are the markup results indicative of by levels. So gray fields indicate absence of data, but it can be seen that there are a certain wide range of levels of markups, as well as different changes. And we found in our data set that the countries with largest changes in the markups are, in fact, Afghanistan and Nepal, as well as Laos, among others. So these are, of course, extremely poor countries. In our econometrics model, we find, so this is a normal panel model using dummies for each country and each year, -1 to avoid the issues of multicollinearity. And here we can appreciate that the measure of foreign value added, as well as the measure of upstreamness, has a direct causal impact and significant impact to the markups, which is the dependent variable. And we see that, or the model indicates that these have a reduction effect to the markups. We included interactive terms, and the interactive terms suggest that the impact on the markups is decreasing. So at higher levels, this impact is lower than at lower levels. Furthermore, we make use of so we calculated also the second derivative of model 2 in order to find here the margins to explain that also the impact, the increasing impact is never achieved in the data. So in theory, there's a threshold point where the foreign value added would increase the markups, but this is never achieved in the data, as can be seen here. In the margins calculation, it can also be appreciated that there's a wide variety of heterogeneity of the margins, depending on the location being examined. The same with the upstreamness also. So
you've got 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So yes, to conclude, we find a large disparity between markups of different countries. We find that global value chains do reduce markups, and find therefore that economic globalization makes the country more productive. So there's of course many papers out there that establish this link between trade openness with economic growth. We find this to be the case also with markups. We find also circumstantial evidence that the institutional quality of a country might also be linked to lower markups. There's also definite establishment literature that finds this correlation between institutional quality and levels of development. And yeah, finally, we also might be of interest to explore this with the ASEAN trade agreement. So with any trade agreement or any policy that allows the opening up of the market might be beneficial for the country being examined. And yeah, it was a bit faster than expected, the presentation, but I am now finished. Thank you for listening, and I'm here also for any comments or suggestions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adrian. I think it was wonderful presentations, very interesting paper. And so I now like to invite Professor Tang, Professor Xiangzong Tang. He is an associate professor at the School of Agricultural Economics and Rural Development, Renmin, University of China. He obtained his PhD in Environmental and Resource Economics from the Department of Economic Geography at the University of Groningen. He the Netherlands in 2014. Dr. Tang serves as the principal investigator for 2 grants, and which is awarded by the National Natural Science Foundations of China. His research contributions encompasses a diverse array of topics, including water management, grassland restoration, poverty alleviations, and he has over 40 articles published in both Chinese and English languages. So I now invite Dr. Tang, please go ahead with your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. And I would now also like to thank ADBI for the invitation for including me as a discussant. I've read the paper with interest, and I also have some suggestions and comments. In the beginning, I'd like to summarize the paper. The main objective of the paper is to estimate the market power or markup for the primary industry, which is defined as agriculture, hunting, logging, and fishing industries for Asian countries. And if I understand correctly, the data was used, was the aggregated country-level data extracted from input-output tables for the 43 countries in Asia for the years 1919 to 2015. And also have also used information on output and variable inputs observed on the yearly basis in the EORA database. And the data on capital stocks was obtained in the FAO stat database. Well, a string of methods have been used in this paper, and the main methodology which was used is proposed by the DeLocker and Eckhart in 2018. And this method was used to calculate market power of the above-mentioned countries. And this the general maximum entropy approach was used in the estimations. And the main findings are fourfold. The first, average markups increased on aggregate between 1995 to 2015 by around 4.62%. And 5 countries with the highest increases in markups were Laos, Afghanistan, China, Cambodia, and Nepal. And the most interesting finding to me personally is that they find the increase in markups is mostly driven by low-income countries. And finally, they found the percentage of foreign value added and upstreamness have significantly negative effects on markup. I think those are the most significant findings of the paper. And with respect to suggestions, I've made a couple of suggestions. The first one is respect to the introduction section. Well, from your presentation, it's clearly stated that the topic is interesting, but in the manuscript, I found that the contribution of the paper is not clearly stated. Secondly, I found that the paper is very similar to an earlier paper, the Valley and Flanders Ventures 2023, when I was reading your paper and it was blinded, so I didn't know that you're the author of this cited paper. But again, I found that figure 2 is the same as the figure 1 of your earlier paper. It's still suggested to modify figure 1 to avoid overlapping. Even if it's your own paper, you should avoid overlapping. Number 3, as you said in the presentation, the Cobb-Douglas production function was estimated, and the estimated output elasticity of the variable inputs, the alpha parameter in equation 2, is crucial to calculate market power. And I like to see the descriptive statistics of this parameter. And number 4, it's advised to give a better description of the calculated market power. How does the values compare to other studies? As you mentioned, these kind of studies have been conducted for other industries, such as manufacturing in developed countries, and how are other calculated market power figures compared to other studies? Number 5, I feel that the empirical results are very briefly interpreted. For instance, regarding the results in table 1, it said that these results are predicted by the theory. And I think these statements are very brief. I like to see more detailed interpretations of the results. Number 6, again, some of the results are very briefly discussed. For instance, table 2 shows the impacts of the independent variables on market power depends on the country level income. I think this is a very significant finding, but very little explanations have been provided. Number 7, the conclusion sections is also very brief. There are only 3 short paragraphs in this conclusion section, and you may need to include some policy implications. And the last 2 suggestions are the minor suggestions. The description of the key variables should be included in the body of the manuscript, which is very common in economics papers, rather than in the appendix. And these tables 5 to 10 are very detailed and should be merged into one table, because you have the core results in table 2, and these variable descriptions should match the variables. And finally, I think the language should be checked by a native English speaker. Well, after these suggestions, I also have a few questions if we have time, and I'd like to hear the answers. Number one, what is the rationale of including the two exogenous determinants? What has the literature said about these two variables? This information has not been provided by the literature, has not been provided in the paper. Secondly, you find that the average markups increased to, on average, between 1995 to 2015 by around 4%. How was this percentage calculated? I cannot find the method to calculate this percentage in figure 3. Thirdly, from the Locker and the Eckhart paper, it can be seen that they need the price information to calculate market power. But it's not clear to me how you obtain the price information. Those are all my suggestions and comments.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Trang. Very comprehensive comments. I would like to now invite quickly Mr. Adrian, if you can respond to some of these comments.
Yes, so first of all, thank you very much for your comments and your suggestions as well as your questions. So they're very valuable. So I will start by answering your first question with respect to why using these two variables. So in our previous paper, we also make use of these two variables because there are certain papers focusing on manufacturing sectors that, for example, do include the upstreamness measure. So it is a measure which has been used before, apart from our previous paper, which is why we also use it, because it's already more or less established. But I can mention this in the paper as well, to cite the other papers that also make use of the upstreamness measure. With respect to the foreign value added, we made use of this because it's, in our opinion, a solid measure of globalization, which is totally strictly exogenous to the variable, dependent variable, the markup variable. But I can think about also including a more deeper rationale behind why this variable is used. With respect to the question why or how was the markup increased between this time period, I would have to check it because even though our time period or our whole sample is from 1995 to 2015, the sample itself is very unbalanced, particularly before 2000. So most of the analysis was done between 2000 and 2015. I will check and see if I also calculated this between 2000 and 2015 and forgot to mention this. I will check this. And how is the price derived? Well, we don't need price levels to estimate the markups because the markup is defined as price divided by marginal cost. So basically the right-hand side of the equation, which is the elasticity times the ratio of total output divided by the value of variable inputs, this already includes the price in the equation. So this is already representative of the wedge, which is the price divided by marginal cost. But I will think about this also. I will mention or include this into the paper. I hope this was answering the question.
Yes, I think Dr. Trang, you want to say something?
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I have a follow-up question. So just regarding my second question, and the percentage for market power increased is 4.62%, and the way this percentage is calculated depends on the method. Okay. So yeah, I think this point is crucial to understanding this percentage.
I will definitely check it. I will look at it again. It's definitely has increased, but I will look at this carefully. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both of you. I think we are completely running out of time. I think that it was quite hectic sessions, And I had a very quick questions for Adrian, but I think that since we are running out of time, so you can just take it, because your main finding is all about institutional quality. So I was wondering how do you specifically say which institutional quality, because institutions can mean many things. So that would be maybe interesting point to maybe note in your conclusion of the paper. And but having said that, I think we are running out of time completely. So I just want to conclude by saying that we had a very interesting sessions, and especially I myself have learned a lot of things from different countries, experiences, and the findings are quite interesting. And so now with this, I would like to conclude the sessions, and I would like to hand over this to Dr. Raut for further actions.
Thank you very much, Professor Bera. I think you really managed the session well, brought about very interesting discussions. I really appreciate for the discussions that you have taken us through. And I would also like to congratulate and thank all the presenters, discussions for making their time and for being with us. Today, it was very wonderful. We had a very wonderful discussions, very enlightening knowledge sharing. So I really appreciate. But before we close for the day, I would like to have a photo session, because many of our colleagues from Europe couldn't join in the morning. So in order to get them included, I'd like to request for a photo sessions. Can we all open our camera and go ahead with the photo session, please? Can we all open the camera?
就是在线了，看看这个。
Nomoto-san. Yeah. Rod-san, can you please open the camera and take the photo?
Yes, yes. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for turning on your camera. Let's take a photo together now. From the count from 1 to 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And have a good evening. And,
thank you.
Yeah.
See you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.